Hello, welcome to Friendship Empire. Can you hear me out there? I see someone's here. All right. Well, today I'm just doing a cozy little cozy little stream. I'm looking at my chat. And the topic today is Dominick Dunne's articles in Vanity Fair, his coverage of the Menendez brothers trial back in the 90s. Hello, Movie of the Week. Oh, thank you for letting me know that you can hear me. So, usually here on the stream, we like to cover royalty and billionaires and that sort of topic. But socialites and scandals is definitely solidly in our wheelhouse. So, since I'm such a fan of Dominick Dunne's writings, I decided to look back into the... Excuse me. Once you know it, as soon as I start to stream, that's when my voice decides to give out. Well, that's what I get for having fall allergies. But anyway, I decided to look into the Vanity Fair archives and check Dominick Dunne's articles, which he was writing back at the time that they were originally on trial, and sort of take a look at the as it happened, the articles as they happened year to year. And my list of articles goes from 1990 all the way to 1996. The first article, which is the one I'm going to be reading on stream today. You sound great. Thank you. I don't feel like I sound great because I can hear my gravelly little voice here, but I have a full glass of water and a full cup of Capri figgy flavored tea, so hopefully that will help my throat and not work against me. But so anyway, as I was saying, I went through the archives of Vanity Fair magazine and found five articles. Is that five? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first one, which is the one I'm going to be reading right now. I don't know if I'm going to have time to get through any more but the one, and probably will be lucky to get through the one, because some of these are quite long, others not so much. So this is probably going to end up being a multi-part stream, but we'll see how far we can get, hopefully, through all of this first article. Might have to take a break, though, in the middle. So we might have a little intermission. But starting off, this is going to be entitled Nightmare on Elm Drive, which is appropriate. It is now October 2024. We are heading into... safely in spooky season. And Nightmare on Elm Street, of course, being played all over, I'm sure, the country as people wind up for Halloween itself, this being Nightmare on Elm Drive, and it was published in Vanity Fair's October 1990 issue. I almost said episode, issue. Then the next article was October 1993, and that was just entitled The Menendez Murder Trial. Then another one in March 1994, Menendez Justice. Then April 1994, Menendez Withdrawal, and the final article that I could find is from June 1996, and it is entitled Three Faces of Evil, and it's half about the Menendez brothers and half about O.J. Simpson. And even though that one's full of gossip and full of talk about the Kardashians before they were, the Kardashians. At the time, it was just, oh yeah, Robert Kardashian, that guy that was on O.J.'s defense team, and I guess there was the Jenner connection because it was known that Kris was married, I guess, to Bruce at that time. I think, were they married? I guess they were married in the 90s, or did she get married to him after the trial? I can't even remember. I'd have to look that up, but this is so long ago. But back in the day when Kim Kardashian was not yet a famous billionaireess, I guess, this was... this was the big news, the Menendez brothers. And so, I didn't put the, here, let me put this on screen. Here's the article. And you can see this was the image that is on the screen is actually the, if you open the magazine, if you had the October 1990 issue and you opened it flat on a table, this would be what you would see. The left page over here with the Menendez brothers, and then the right page here, which has the group photo of the family, and then Jose's gravesite. Now, I guess I'm going to have to be a little bit careful reading this because of YouTube and their sensitivity about certain words and topics. So I'm going to have to use some euphemisms at times. I don't mean to be childish or immature about this, but we have to be careful to make sure that YouTube will actually allow this to be streamed, and we can keep going and just roll with it. If you want to know what I'm actually trying to say, you can look on the screen and you can see the words in the article itself. But anyway, and here's Dominick Dunne. If you're not familiar with him, because he's been dead since 2009, and I was kind of shocked to realize that it's been that long. He was a writer. He was a novelist, a screenwriter, and a columnist for Vanity Fair. If you are familiar with him, you may remember his old TV show. I can't remember what channel this was on, but Dominick Dunne's Power, Privilege, and Justice was a nice television version of the kinds of things he would do, like the articles that he would write for Vanity Fair, and kind of like an American Justice, like the old A&E show, City Confidential, that kind of thing. It's kind of like that, but hosted by him. And he wrote a bunch of books. These are some of them, and some were made into TV movies and or mini series. An Inconvenient Woman, I'm pretty sure that one was, and I know the two Mrs. Grenvilles was. Where's that? I don't see that one. Oh, and A Season in Purgatory, which I saw that was a fictionalized account of the Martha Moxley murder. Hopefully I can say the M word without getting in trouble with YouTube, but Movie of the Week says in the chat, love that show almost as much as City Confidential. Well, yeah, there you go. They were both pretty good, and they had really great narrators. Always a fan of excellent narration and lovely voices. So that's Dominick Dunne, and of course he's no longer with us, but going back in time to October 1990, without further ado, I will start reading this article, and here it is. Nightmare on Elm Drive. Did Lyle and Erik Menendez murder their parents in their Beverly Hills mansion and then make taped confessions? In the October 1990 issue, Dominick Dunne talks to the mystery witness who says she heard everything and uncovers the secrets that turn the Menendez's American dream into a fatal nightmare. All right, by Dominick Dunne. And that's the first pages of the article that you would have seen in the issue itself. Movie of the Week in the chat says Paul Winfield. Yes, Paul Winfield, a great narrator, and I think also no longer with us. Isn't that? Do you know if that's true? I think so. Anyway, okay, so back to the article. Here we go. On a recent New York to Los Angeles trip on MGM Grand Air, that most luxurious of all coast-to-coast flights. Is that still in operation? I wonder. I was chilled to the bone marrow during a brief encounter with a fellow passenger, a boy of perhaps 14 or 15, or maybe even 16, who lounged restlessly in a sprawled-out fashion, arms and legs akimbo, avidly reading racing car magazines, chewing gum, and beating time to the music on his Walkman. Wow, this really is a trip back in time, isn't it? A Walkman. And reading articles, actually reading a paper magazine, not reading something on a device, like a cell phone. Oh, Paul Winfield did die. Movie of the Week confirms in the chat. Hey, Movie of the Week, the audio isn't getting too loud at times because it's showing me that occasionally it looks like I'm too loud, but I'm not actually yelling. MGM Grand Air is defunct. Yeah, it has to be. I bet they served Zima on MGM Grand Air. More defunct things from back in the day. Okay, back to the article. Although I rarely engage in conversations with strangers on airplanes, I always have a certain curiosity to know who everyone is on MGM Grand Air, which I imagine is a bit like the Orient Express in its heyday. I have a feeling that Dominick Dunne was getting free rides on MGM Grand Air for mentioning them in his Vanity Fair articles. Can I mention MGM Grand Air one more time? Okay, MGM Grand Air. A bit like the Orient Express. What, murder? Is murder taking place on it? The young traveler in the swivel chair was returning to California after a sojourn in Europe. There were signals of affluence in his chat. Yeah, well, the fact that he was sent to Europe for a sojourn as a teen on MGM Grand Air. Yeah, I would think affluence is in the, it has entered the chat, as it were. The Concorde was mentioned. Look, another defunct airline. The Concorde. His carry-on luggage was expensive, filled with audio tapes, playing cards, and more magazines. During the meal, we talked. A week before, two rich and privileged young men named Lyle and Erik Menendez had been arrested for the brutal slaying of their parents in the family's $5 million mansion on Elm Drive. $5 million? That's like peanuts nowadays. California real estate, and this was Beverly Hills. I can only imagine how much that house is worth now. California real estate is insanely overpriced. Well, I guess people would say it's not overpriced if people are willing to pay it, but it really is pretty crazy. 5 million sounds quaint nowadays. This was, okay, but 1990, oh gosh, yeah, this was 34 years ago? Crazy. Okay. Elm Drive, a sedate tree-lined street that is considered one of the most prestigious addresses in Beverly Hills. The tale, in all its gory grimness, was the cover story that week in People magazine, many copies of which were being read on the plane. Movie of the week says, you're not kidding about California real estate. Yeah, I mean, what $1 million will buy you in California is, I mean, to say, hey, that's $1 million house. No, it's not. It's kind of sad. But then again, real estate situation is kind of sad in many, many places. But anyway, back to the story. Okay, do you live in Beverly Hills? I asked. Yes. Where? Oh, okay, that's creepy. Some old guy is chatting up a teen boy. Hey, where do you live? Hey, back off, buddy. Calm down. Okay, he told me the name of his street. And then I asked him, where's your bedroom located in the house? Sorry, I'm just kidding. Not that that's funny. I don't mean it like that, but it just, in retrospect, it sounds odd. Would you want a grown, strange man talking to your teen son or your teen child on an airplane? I don't think so. Okay, he told me the name of his street, which was every bit as prestigious as Elm Drive. I once lived in Beverly Hills and know the terrain well. His home was in the same general area as the house where Kitty and Jose Menendez had been gunned down 7 months earlier in a fusillade of 14 12-gauge shotgun blasts, 5 to the head and body of the father, 9 to the face and body of the mother, that left them virtually unrecognizable as human beings, according to eyewitness reports. Wow, okay. As human beings, like, we don't know what this could have been. This could have been anything. This could have been a deer. This could have been a bear. This could have been bags of hamburger patties. I mean, I imagine the clothing was a tip-off, but anyway. I don't know, sometimes bears wear shoes and travel and end up in houses in Beverly Hills, but unrecognizable as human beings. I mean, unrecognizable as to which human being they could be, but I would think, Anyway, sounds a bit like hyperbole, but I wasn't there. Okay, back to the article. The slaying was so violent, oh gosh, I hope YouTube doesn't have a problem with this, that it was assumed at first to have been of mafia origins. A hit, or mob rubout, as it was called, even in the Wall Street Journal. Ooh, who would never stoop to talk of such things otherwise. The arrest of the two handsome, athletic Menendez sons, after so many months of investigation, had shocked an unshockable community. I don't think unshockable is a compliment. Did you ever know the Menendez brothers? I asked the teenager. No, he replied. They had gone to different schools. They were older. Lyle was 22, Erik 19. In that age group, a few years makes an enormous difference. A terrible thing, I said. Yeah, he replied. I heard the father was pretty rough on those kids. With that, our conversation was concluded. Patricide is not an altogether new crime in the second echelon of Southland society, nor is matricide. On March 24, 1983, 20-year-old Michael Miller, the son of President Ronald Reagan's personal lawyer, Roy Miller. Oh, I can't say that word on YouTube. He arred and clubbed to death his mother, Marguerite. Goodness gracious. That's extreme. Okay. He did a partial Odysseus, not Odysseus. Who was it? Oedipus, sorry, Oedipus. Got my Greek myths. YouTube won't care. No, I think YouTube cares. A lot of saying that word, the R word, the the unpleasant R word. I don't know how otherwise to characterize this. Yeah, exactly. Movie of the week. Whoa, yeah, that's beyond matricide. That's whoa, buddy territory. Yes, he did the one-upped on Oedipus. Okay, so he did that to his mother in a minimally publicized trial from which the media and public was barred. Oh, that's odd and seemingly somewhat unconstitutional, maybe. Miller was found guilty of first-degree murder, but was acquitted on the R charge, presumably on the technicality, that the R had occurred after his mother was dead. Well, nowadays they tend to charge abuse of a corpse. That is a charge. You are not allowed to abuse a body that is no longer alive, and that would definitely constitute abuse of a body. So he should have at least been charged with that. But I notice when Dominick Dunne wrote it, he wrote it out of order. He wrote it as though the R had taken place first, and it had not. I knew we were doing the Menendez brothers story. I knew it was going to be a little touchy. I didn't realize we were just going to jump right into the deep end, like right off the bat, with this weird Miller story, which I don't think I've ever heard of before. I mean, why would I? But that's shocking. I've usually heard, I generally consider myself to be pretty unshockable, but this is a bit shocking to even me. Okay. Continuing with this shocking article. Okay, the judge then ruled that young Miller, who had been diagnosed as schizophrenic, was legally innocent of murder by reason of insanity. Oh, well, that's generous. I wonder if a deal was made with his daddy. Hallelujah, muttered Michael Miller after the verdict. That's, blasphemous, maybe, to use that word in under those circumstances. he was sent to Patent State Hospital, a mental institution in California. Well, I hope he's still there, if he is still with us in this life. How convenient. Yes, indeed. I'm not going to do it now, but I really do want to look into whatever happened to this guy. Pardon my froggy voice here with the allergies are getting to me. Anyway, I'm going to have to look that up. That is really crazy. Okay, back to the article. On July 22, 1983, in a Sunset Boulevard mansion in Bel Air, 20-year-old, what is it about 20-year-olds? Ricky Kyle shot his father, millionaire Henry Harrison Kyle, the president of Four Star International, a television and movie production firm, in the back after awakening him in the middle of the night to tell him there was a prowler in the house. Indeed, and it was his son, Ricky. Several witnesses testified that Ricky had confided in them about a long-standing desire to K his father, who was alleged to have been physically and mentally abusive to his son. The prosecution argued that Ricky was consumed with hatred for his father and greed for his fortune, and that fearing that he was about to be disinherited, he plotted the ruse of the prowler. With the extraordinary leniency of the Southern California courts for first-time murders. And apparently that was a thing even back then. I didn't realize it was such a problem, complaining about the leniency of California courts all the way back in... Well, the article was written in 1990, but this case took place that Dominick Dunne is specifically referring to in 1983. And anyone not familiar with Dominick Dunne, the author of this article, you would know that he has a problem. He's dead now, but when he was alive, he had a problem with the legal system because his daughter, the actress from the original Poltergeist movie, Dominick Dunne, she was murdered by a boyfriend, I don't know, I think he was an ex, and that process, having to go through the criminal prosecution of that man and what happened there, which I'm not going to get into, but that led him on, he went from being just a sort of normal writer, novelist, and what have you, screenwriter, into I don't want to say being obsessed like it's a negative thing, but his thing in life then became, justice, and he focused on a lot of crime stories, many of which obviously involved wealthy people, rich and famous and glamorous people involved in very unglamorous criminal situations, and the Menendez brothers trial being a big one, and in a glamorous place, even though the Menendez brothers themselves weren't so famous and not really glamorous in my opinion, but the trial certainly became a thing, and this was a Dominick Dunne's jam for a while. OJ became his even bigger jam, I think, eclipsing this, but the Menendez trial was pretty big. So, okay, back to the article where he's complaining about the extraordinary leniency of the Southern California courts for first-time murders. Young Kyle was sentenced to 5 years for the slaying. Expressing dismay with the verdict, Ricky's mother told reporters she had hoped her son would be spared a prison term. "I think he has suffered enough," she said. Ricky agreed. "I feel like I don't deserve to go to prison," he said. Yes, and he also felt he didn't deserve to go to bed without his supper, and we look at how he solved that problem. Although, movie of the week, big thing I remember, yes. Menendez was huge, OJ was even bigger. But I like that the mom is standing so hard for her son, which, often mothers do. But it's kind of interesting. She doesn't have a problem with the son who took out the father. I don't know if they were married at the time, but what does it say about the dead man that his possible widow, I'm assuming widow, maybe it's just the ex-wife, is you know what, yeah, I know our son, took out my husband, his father, but, you know, he was kind of a jerk. He kind of deserved it. Like, it almost makes me think maybe it was a little deserved, but, you know, probably not, right? 20 years old, could probably just, you know, go get a job, get an apartment, go do something on your own. Don't have to resort to the, you know, the ultimate retaliation, if you will. And of course he doesn't deserve to go to prison. Okay, but so if he was sentenced to 5 years, he probably didn't even serve 5. He probably, I wonder if they did that thing where they're like, oh, you get time served, so, you know, and you get time off for good behavior, so you only really end up serving like 2 years after the trial is concluded. And now I guess that guy's running around in society now, somewhere. Hope he's not listening to the podcast. Hey man, I said that maybe you had a reason to do it. Don't come after me, okay? You didn't deserve prison. I agree. Don't come after me. I'm here in my empire, in my throne room, all by myself, in my virtual empire, which doesn't really exist and you can't really find me. Okay, so back to the article. And then there were the Woodman brothers, Stuart and Neil, accused of hiring 2 assassins. Oh, hello. I'm being attacked by an imperial doggo. Hello, imperial doggo. Hi. You're very excited about this. Yes, I can see. I have a beautiful German shepherd who is looking for attention right here. So I may be the empress in my French dip empire, but I have to serve my beautiful doggo. Hello, girl. Yes, you are good. All right, now back. I'm going to read now, okay? All right, you should sit down. You're very good. Okay, and then there were the Woodman brothers, Stuart and Neil, accused of hiring 2 assassins to gun down their rich parents in Brentwood. Now, these 2 were so posh that they decided to outsource and hire help to gun down their parents. All these other rich kids actually did it themselves. I have to say, hey, they were willing to get their hands dirty. These guys acted like true rich people and hired the help to do it. Tried separately, Stuart was convicted of first-degree murder. To escape the death penalty, he incriminated his brother. Neil's trial is about to start. Okay, I really want to look this up, too. I want to know what happened to these guys. I'm going to have to, like, put a pin in this and come back to it. Didn't want to get their hands dirty, says Movie of the Week. Yeah. But see, the thing is, if you hire someone, now there's someone else who knows what's going on. And that's somebody you've got to make sure that you either pay them to keep them quiet, or that they, you know, they're going to disappear. They're going to be in the wind. They don't want to be connected to this any more than you want them connected to it. The more people you involve, the more people you got to worry about. And, you know, you've got to pay them too. And that can leave a trail, a trace, you know, something to lead back to you. But I mean, look at these guys. They even couldn't get one another's backs. At least Lyle and Erik backed one another up, right? They didn't. One brother did not throw the other brother under the bus. These 2, the Woodmans, oh, this is just a whole bad family full of backstabbers, aren't they? I wonder what happened. I guess Stuart would still be in jail if he's alive. And what happened to Neil? Who knows? Okay, back to the article. Further elaboration is not necessary. The point has been made. One other case, however, on a lesser social stratum, but of equal importance under the circumstances, should be mentioned. The Salvatierra murder, which received international attention. In 1986, Oscar Salvatierra, pardon my horrible Spanish accent, not that Spanish is horrible, my accent is, the Los Angeles-based executive of a newspaper called Philippine News was shot while he was asleep in bed after having received a death threat that was at first believed to be tied to the newspaper's opposition to former Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos. Movie of the Week says they have no omerta. No, they don't. No honor amongst these thieves. But back to the article. For people who may not remember, maybe if you're too young to remember, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos. He became quite the sensation because, well, I mean, is a corrupt leader really that shocking? No. But his wife, Imelda, who was quite the glamour girl, became, I guess, a meme of sorts. She was a staple of the late night television monologue, like back in the day, I guess it would have been, gosh, Johnny Carson maybe was still on the air. Who was on? David Letterman was still on the air. I can't remember. I don't think Jay Leno was quite the host of the Tonight Show yet, but Imelda Marcos was well known because part of the fleecing of the country of the Philippines by Ferdinand and Marcos and his wife Imelda was her massive shoe collection, which I think they said she had, oh gosh, I don't even remember. Was it like 400, 4,000, 40,000? Whatever the number was that was publicized as this is a just, yes, movie of the week says so many shoe jokes. This was the thing, Imelda Marcos and her shoe collection. I bet if I look up what the number of that they reported was Imelda Marcos' shoe collection that everyone back at the time thought was this insanely high number, I imagine that any, say, Kardashian probably has upwards of, you know, more than that, far more than that. And this is just taken as like totally normal by today's standards. It is not normal by any standards, but it says something that we probably think that the way that, I don't know, what do you call a Kardashian? An influencer, a just famous for being famous celebrity, it has a level of excess that is taken for granted as sort of normal for that kind of a person. Whereas in, you know, circa 1990, it was thought of as political fleecing of an entire nation tier corruption, the likes of which, you know, were not seen until that time, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's why it was publicized so hard, but it's very funny. And I kind of feel like pulling up Imelda Marcos. She was so glamorous. What a glamour girl. She liked to sing because she had been like a singer or a, there you go, Imelda Marcos shoes. Look at that. The fourth thing, because they put up two other Imeldas, but if I put up Marcos shoes is the shoe collection, the second and third things that come up in a Google image search here. Shoes, look at those shoes. That's nothing compared to your average, you know, Kardashian, Jenner, what have you. Look at that. Shoes. 3,000 pairs of shoes. I bet if I did a Google, what, you know, how many shoes does someone who's the kind of person have, it's probably like 10,000. I bet like Kim Kardashian has like 10,000 shoes. 3,000, that was the number. Okay, sorry for the diversion, but Imelda Marcos, she was a gem. She was an interest. You could see, look at that, look at the dress, look at that lady. Speaking of a throne room, that was a woman with a throne room. Look at the rainbow of flavors of shoes. Okay, enough about the shoes. And very glamour. Here they are together. There's old Ferdinand. There's Imelda. And I believe the Marcoses are still somewhat in power. They go back and forth. I think the Marcos family still has power in the Philippines. I don't know if they're currently seated because, sorry, I don't know that much about the politics of that region. But anyway, so our little Marcos diversion, back to the article. Okay, later, Arnel Salvatierra, his 17-year-old son, admitted sending the letter, that would be the death threat letter, and killing his father. In court, Arnel Salvatierra's lawyer convinced the jury that Arnel was the victim of a lifetime of physical and psychological abuse by his father. Movie of the Week says in the chat, she could sustain Estee Lauder single-handedly. Yes, I suppose she could. What, you mean with makeup? Okay, I'm getting back to the article. So, it's slightly distracting that the son, I guess, 17-year-old son of this man is named Arnel because O.J. Simpson's daughter was named Arnel, the older daughter from the first marriage, not the younger daughter from his marriage to Nicole. Yes, she probably could. Okay. All right, so where did I leave off? Oh, right, so Arnel Salvatierra's lawyer convinced the jury that Arnel was the victim of a lifetime of physical and psychological abuse by his father. The lawyer, Leslie Abramson, that was the Menendez brothers' lawyer, or at least one of them. I thought she defended both of them, but actually it was just the one, maybe? The lawyer, Leslie Abramson, who is considered to be the most brilliant Los Angeles defense lawyer for death row cases, compared Arnel Salvatierra to the tragic Lisa Steinberg of New York, whose father Joel Steinberg had been convicted of murdering her after relentlessly abusing her. What happens if the Lisa Steinbergs don't die? Abramson asked the jury. What happens if they get older, and if the cumulative effect of all these years of abuse finally drives them over the edge, and Lisa Steinberg pulls a gun and kills Joel Steinberg? Arnel Salvatierra, who had been charged with first-degree murder, was convicted of voluntary manslaughter and placed on probation. Wow! Oh my goodness! Wow, that's pretty impressive. I mean, he got off on probation. Leslie Abramson got him off on probation. He's 17, so young, but he doesn't just, attack his father in a fit of rage. It wasn't like, oh, my dad was yelling at me and I snapped. My dad was hitting me and I snapped. He plotted out, I'm going to send a letter threatening my father, make it look like it's this complete other thing and that it has to do with this political stuff. And that's going to be my alibi. I mean, that's a lot of planning and thinking. That's a lot of premeditation, and not just premeditating the crime, but premeditating the I guess alibi. I don't know if that's alibi, but the cover up, the distraction that would be your not excuse, but what do you call that? Like a false alibi? Not really an alibi. You know what I'm talking about. But the other thing that's, again, if you don't remember or you're too young to have, been around at that time, invoking the names of Lisa and Joel Steinberg at that time would have been massively powerful, because that was a hugely publicized case of a little girl who actually was killed through abuse. The difference being, Lisa Steinberg, as you could probably tell by the language of Abramson's questions, Lisa was a child, might consider a 17-year-old to be a child, but a little girl. She was single digits, I believe, age, and it was a very weird situation where this man, Joel Steinberg, was living in New York City. He was an attorney, but not reputable. And he was living with a woman who was his girlfriend, common law wife, domestic partner kind of situation. I don't believe they were actually married. And they were raising two children together, a little girl called Lisa and a little boy who was younger. I think he was a toddler, like baby toddler, not infant, but I think like baby toddler. But they had adopted him maybe in infancy, and she was quite young, but they were like illegal adoptions. So the whole thing was just bizarre. This man, this woman, they're living together. They're obtaining children that I think the parents thought, or the mothers thought, that they were doing like an actual adoption, and were sort of suckered into this situation where they handed their children over to this creepy guy. And then he was abusive. He was abusing the children. He was abusing the woman who was, their sort of adoptive mother. The legal status is odd, so I'm not really sure what to call these people. They weren't parenting these children. They were being horrible to them. And it became a big case because not only was it horrible that this child was dead, the little boy had to be removed from the house, and I believe he was reunited with his birth mother. And when they went on trial, the defense for the female partner, Joel Steinberg's partner, Hedda Nussbaum, was that she was also abused to the point that she could do nothing to protect the children, and therefore she was not culpable of Lisa's death because she had, she hadn't, I guess, actually participated actively in the abuse, but she did nothing to stop it. She didn't call the police. She didn't call CPS. She didn't do anything. And they said it was because she was abused too. And she had been abused. Whether that was a sufficient defense or not, that's for other people to decide. But this was a very, very, very well-publicized case. A lot of issues were discussed around it, and it was huge in the tabloids. So a very emotional issue, and something that really the jury would have been familiar with, and it would have really probably, I mean, the pictures of poor little Lisa, were heartbreaking. And, so to imagine that little girl and then to try to get the jury to project the image of that poor little girl onto the 17-year-old boy who had conceived of this plot and wrote a letter like blaming his upcoming attack on his father on, I guess, political. It kind of reminds me of two things. It reminds me of the JonBenet Ramsey ransom letter, where it was blaming the abduction on that, like, we're an international faction or something like that. Movie of the week says, I remember it was awful. Yeah, the Steinberg case was just, I mean, beyond, it was, atrocious beyond belief. And the other thing, what was I going to say? Sorry, your chat distracted me there for a second. It doesn't matter. Let's go back with the article. So that guy got probation even though he was guilty. Voluntary manslaughter. Even voluntary manslaughter, that's, yes, I killed someone, and the thing I did, like, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't like an oopsie-doops. It was I did the thing. That's not manslaughter, though. He meant to, well, whatever. Okay. Probation. I'm actually surprised you would get such a lenient sentence. Maybe it had to do with being 17. So, okay, back to the article. This story is relevant to the Menendez case in that the same Leslie Abramson is one half of the team defending the affluent Menendez brothers. Okay, there you go. She was only defending one. Her client is Erik Menendez, the younger brother. Gerald Chalef, I don't know how you say that. Chalef, with whom she frequently teams, is representing Lyle. On an earlier burglary case involving the brothers, naughty boys, Chalef, who gained prominence in criminal law as the defender of the Hillside Strangler, creepy, represented Erik. It is rumored that Abramson and Chalef are each being paid $700,000. Gosh, that's a lot of money, but it doesn't sound like a lot of money considering what they were doing. Obviously, 34 years ago, it would be so much more now. Psychological abuse is a constant theme in articles written about the brothers and will probably be the basis of the defense strategy when the case comes to trial. And there you go. Indeed, it was. So the trial had not even started at the point at which Dominick Dunne was writing this article. Interesting. So we can see what if his takes hold up, if he turned out to be right. In that case, he did. There are even whispers, shocker of shockers, of SA in the Menendez family. Okay, well, those whispers became, hello, yells. It's completely out on the table now. Okay, back to the article. Jose Enrique Menendez was an American success story. A Cuban emigre was sent to the United States by his parents in 1960 at age 15 to escape from Castro's Cuba. His father, a one-time soccer star, and his mother, a former champion swimmer, stayed behind until their last properties were seized by Castro. Young Jose, who excelled in swimming, basketball, and soccer, won a swimming scholarship to Southern Illinois University, but he gave it up when he married Mary Louise Anderson, known as Kitty, at the age of 19 and moved to New York. He earned a degree in accounting at Queens College in Flushing, New York, while working part-time as a dishwasher at the Swank 21 Club in Manhattan, where later, successful and prosperous, he would often dine. I don't think that the 21 Club is swank. that wouldn't be the word I would use to describe it. I know it's so old school. Like, it's kind of emeritus, like old school, classy, but in actuality, it's not that swanky. It's nice enough, I'd say, but I wouldn't say it's swank. It seems its reputation is much more highfalutin, I'd say, than the actual experience. But that's kind of a lot of the things that sort of that old New York, things that are going away, like La Grenouille restaurant, which is closing or has just closed down. Movie of the week says it used to be, I guess. You mean 21 Club? Well, I guess it's time and place. Like, maybe it was a lot more happening back in the day, but I think it's also a matter of probably the company that one keeps. The clubbish, those kind of waspy, old school clubbish atmospheres. And 21 Club is a restaurant, not a club, but, like a private social club. But it's an upscale TGI Fridays. Yes, movie of the week, the inside is kind of decorated. It's sort of like that. But if you recall, when we were doing our stream about the Goldsmiths, and we were talking about Mark Burley and his clubs in London, it's basically kind of like that. It's TGI Fridays, but for people who have higher, more expensive tastes. It is a lot of, I don't know, what is it, Olive Garden that says when you're here, you're family? It's kind of like that, these old WASP things. It's more about just being there and being like, oh, well, you're amongst friends and you could chat and everything's comfortable. It's not fantastic. It's good enough. It's not amazing. They're not really into amazing. They're just into comfortable, which is fine, but I wouldn't call it swank. I just take exception with that word, which I don't care for that word anyway, but moving on. Okay, back to the article. Then began a career of astonishing ascendancy, which took him through Hertz, where he was in charge of car and commercial leasing, to the record division of RCA, where he signed such high-earning acts as Menudo, The Eurythmics, and Duran Duran. By this time, he and Kitty had had 2 sons and settled down to a graceful life on a $1 million estate in Princeton, New Jersey. The boys attended the exclusive Princeton Day School and, urged on by their father, began developing into first-rate tennis and soccer players. Again, I would like to take exception with the description of Princeton Day School as exclusive. It's not. It's a day school. It wasn't even that expensive, and it certainly wasn't as prestigious and hard to get into as other schools like, the Hun School, which is also located in Princeton, New Jersey, but that's actually, that's a day and boarding school, but that's a much more la-di-da kind of place, or really the Lawrenceville School, which is in the town next to Princeton, is very much more like, that's much more in the way of exclusivity than Princeton Day School. Not that you're going to get a bad education at PDS, but let's just say, if you have more money and you really want your kid to kind of, go to a much snobbier name brand kind of school, you probably send them to a boarding school and you don't send them to that day school. Not that it's a bad school. Also, Princeton has its own high school, and it's generally pretty good, despite the fact that it's a public school, because it was created for the, or at least the legend is, it was created for the children of the professors at Princeton University. Therefore, it would have to at least, hold up to the standards of Ivy League professors. Anyway. Again, I don't think PDS is exclusive, but that's just my opinion. Not as exclusive as it could be. Their mother, back to the article, their mother attended every match and game they played. When Jose clashed with a senior executive at RCA in 1986, after having been passed over for the executive vice presidency of RCA Records, he uprooted his family, much to the distress of Kitty, who loved her life and house in Princeton and moved to Los Angeles. Yeah, that would be an extreme change. Princeton is it's small, college towny, despite the fact that it's not just dominated by the university, but it's very yes, very small, very quaint, green lawns, green trees. It's not LA. It's not palm trees. You get the change of the seasons. It's more preppy. Not fully. I mean, but it's more of that kind of a vibe. It's an Ivy League university town. Not LA. Not dominated. Not LA being a company town. Princeton is not so much that. A little bit more diversity, despite the fact that it is somewhat dominated by the university. Okay, so, oops, life and house in Princeton and moved to Los Angeles. Yeah, and your money, I'm sure, bought you more in Princeton than in Los Angeles even then. Okay, back to the article. There, he leapfrogged to IVE, International Video Entertainment. That sounds like a PORN distributor. It's so not vague. It's so vague. International Video Entertainment. It sounds like, what the Brits call blue movies, right? Or used to. A video distributor which eventually became Live Entertainment, a division of the hugely successful Carolco Pictures, the company that produced the Rambo films of Sylvester Stallone, as well as some of Arnold Schwarzenegger's action films. Jose Menendez's success at Live Entertainment was dazzling. In 1986, the company lost $20 million. A year later, under Menendez, Live earned $8 million, and in 1988, doubled that. Yeah, good job. He was the perfect corporate executive. Ooh, that almost sounds like a backhanded compliment. I was told by one of his lieutenants. He had an incredible dedication to business. That means he was a terrible husband and father. He was focused, specific about what he wanted from business, very much in control. He believed that whatever had to be done should be done, with no heart if necessary. Ah, yes. Movie of the Week says, so he was a tool. Yes, he was a corporate tool, and a good one. A darned good one. Turned that company around. Can you imagine what he did in the house? Turn those kids around, although he didn't. They were naughty boys. They were breaking into, what was it, cars, houses? No, I think houses. They were breaking into neighbors' houses. I honestly don't remember all the details about the Menendez case. This is quite the refresher for me. I've been hearing some of it kind of coming back in these in little bits and pieces as people have been talking about their renewed efforts to be released from prison, but I'd forgotten all of these little details. Okay, back to the article. The family lived at first in Calabasas. Oh my goodness, that's Kardashian territory, isn't it? An upper middle class suburb of Los Angeles. I guess it's been more gentrified since then. Inland beyond Malibu, where they occupied one house while building a more spectacular one on 13 acres with mountaintop views. Nice. Then, unexpectedly, almost overnight, the family abandoned Calabasas and moved to Beverly Hills, where Jose bought the house on Elm Drive, a 6-bedroom Mediterranean-style house with a red tile roof, a courtyard, a swimming pool, a tennis court, and a guest house. Built in 1927, rebuilt in 1974, the house had good credentials. It had previously been rented to Elton John, and Prince, and Hal Prince, and a Saudi prince for $35,000 a month. It would probably be like, what, 10 times that now? What do you think? 30 foot, well, actually, this would have been, what, the 80s? So this would be 44 years ago that they're talking about, maybe, or 40? Okay, anyway. Oh, and if, I don't know, do you, Movie of the Week, even know who Hal Prince was? I mean, he's deceased now, but he was a theater guy, musical theater guy. I recognized his name, but I honestly couldn't have told you. I'm not a theater person, and I couldn't have told you exactly what he did. But yeah, 10 times that easy, says Movie of the Week. Yeah, but if you know, well, I'm just looking on Wikipedia. If you know West Side Story, Fiddler on the Roof, Cabaret, Sweeney Todd, and Phantom of the Opera, well, he was involved with that. So there you go. And that's why he could afford the house that Elton John and Prince could too. Knew his name, but nothing about him, says Movie of the Week. Well, there you go. Yes. So back to the article. Erik Menendez, the younger son, transferred from Calabasas High to Beverly Hills High, probably the most snobbish public school in America. I'm trying to think of what ones could give it a run for their money. Okay, Lyle was a student at Princeton University, fulfilling one of the many American dreams of his immigrant father. Well, interesting, Lyle went back to Princeton. Didn't want to stay in California with the fam. I wonder why. They were the ideal family. Everyone said so. They were extraordinarily close-knit. An executive of live entertainment told me. It was one big happy family, said John E. Mason, a friend and live entertainment director. They did things together. They telephoned one another several times a day about tennis matches and girlfriends and the results of exams. They almost always had dinner together, which in a community where most parents go to parties or screenings every night and leave the children to their own devices is a rare thing. They talked about world events as well as about what was happening in Jose's business. On the day before the catastrophic event, a Saturday, they chartered a boat called Motion Picture Marine in Marina del Rey and spent the day together shark fishing, just the four of them. Wow, that's kind of cool. Okay, it's just so odd, shark fishing. Okay, on the evening of the following day, August 20, 1989, the seemingly idyllic world that Jose Menendez had created was shattered. With their kids at the movies in Century City, Jose and Kitty settled in for a comfortable evening of television and videos in the television room at the rear of their house. Jose was in shorts and a sweatshirt. Kitty was in a sweatshirt, jogging pants, and sneakers. They had dishes of strawberries and ice cream on the table in front of the sofa where they were sitting. Later, after everything happened, a neighbor would report hearing sounds like firecrackers coming from the house at about 10 o'clock, but he took no notice. It wasn't until a hysterical 911 call came into the Beverly Hills police station around midnight that there was any indication that the sounds had not been made by firecrackers. The sons of the house, Lyle and Erik, having returned from the movies, where they said they saw Batman again after they couldn't get into License to Kill because of the lines. Really? License to Kill? Drove in the gate at 722 North Elm Drive, parked their car in the courtyard, entered the house by the front door, and found their parents dead, sprawled on the floor and couch in the television room. But wait, how did they know? I thought they were unrecognizable as human beings. How did they not just think that, like, oh no, bags of paint have exploded in our living room? What happened? Maybe the strawberries and ice cream exploded. Huh? I don't know. But they recognized that it was their parents. Maybe that was the indication that they were the guilty ones. Okay. And in shock, the word shock, shocking, and shocked has come up an awful lot in this article. In shock at the grisly sight, Lyle telephoned for help. They shot and killed my parents, he shrieked into the instrument. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I just came home. Erik, shut up! Get away from them! Okay. Another neighbor said on television that she had seen one of the Menendez boys curled up in a ball on the lawn in front of their house and screaming in grief. I have heard of very few murders that were more savage, said Beverly Hills Police Chief Marvin Iannone. Dan Stewart, a retired police detective hired by the family to investigate the murders, gave the most graphic description of the site in the television room. I've seen a lot of homicides, but nothing quite that brutal. Blood, flesh, skulls. It would be hard to describe, especially Jose, as resembling a human that you would recognize. That's how bad it was. According to the autopsy report, one blast caused explosive decapitation with evisceration of the brain and deformity of the face to Jose Menendez. The first round of shots apparently struck Kitty in her chest, right arm, left hip, and left leg. Her murderers then reloaded and fired into her face. Oh, hello? Can you still hear me? Movie of the week, can you still hear me on the broadcast? Sorry, it looks like I am not getting out. And if you can hear me, please let me know in the chat, because I am getting an error message. You can hear me. Well, I don't know. It will not allow me to click on this error message. So here, hold on. Okay, well, if you're saying that everything is fine, then here, 1 second, and I will get back to reading the article. Okay, I'm not sure what that problem is, but if you say you can hear me, I will continue. I will continue reading. Okay, I'll get back to the article. 1 sec. Find my place. Okay, oh, well, that's disgusting. Okay, her murderers then reloaded and fired into her face, causing multiple lacerations of the brain. Her face was an unrecognizable pulp. Yuck. Now, that's some anger, that's some vengeance, that's some disrespect. When you're not even leaving a face, like, that's a big F you, I'm going to say. That really shows beyond malice, I'd say. Malice seems like a kind word compared to we're going to reload and we're going to then destroy your face. That seems a bit, but yes, yuck. Movie of the week says yuck. Okay, the prevalent theory in the days following the murders. Movie of the week says that's personal. It is indeed. 1 second. Okay, back to the article. Where did I leave off? Okay, the prevalent theory in the days following the murders was that it had been a mob hit. Erik Menendez went so far as to point the finger at Noel Bloom, a distributor of that word that I said before that I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say on YouTube, adult entertainment style films, if you catch my drift. The kinds of things that back in the day would have been labeled X or more than one X. You know what I mean. And a former associate of the Bonanno organized crime family as a possible suspect. Erik told police and early reporters on the story that Bloom and his father had despised each other after a business deal turned sour. When questioned, Bloom denied any involvement whatsoever. Wow, I wonder what the deal was. Why? And isn't that funny? I was like, oh, this sounds like it was a you-know-what distributor. And then I didn't read this entire article before I started reading it on the stream. I just looked at the beginning of it and I skimmed a little bit of it. But that is just too funny of a coincidence, right? Like, they're kind of implicating their dad in, like, what? Being involved in, you know, adult entertainment, which may not be, like, maybe not even legal. I don't mean, well, illegal in that way, but maybe illegal in, like, a not above board, maybe taxes, that kind of thing. I don't mean illegal like, oh no, illegal. I mean just, you know. If you catch my drift, I'm trying to talk around things that YouTube might find objectionable. So if I sound like I'm, you know, being silly here, I'm not trying to be silly. I would like to be more clear, but I'm trying to be circumspect, let's say. So hopefully you're rolling with me and you get what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So this Bloom guy and the Bonanno family, Bloom denies this, of course, expressing fear that the mob might be after them as well. The brothers moved from hotel to hotel in the aftermath of the murders. Marlene Mizzy, the front desk supervisor at the Beverly Hills Hotel, said that Lyle arrived at the hotel without a reservation 2 days after the murders and asked for a 2-bedroom suite. Not liking the suites that were available at such short notice, he went to another hotel. 7 months later, after the boys were arrested, I visited the house on Elm Drive. It is deceptive in size, far larger than one would imagine from the outside. You enter a spacious hallway with a white marble floor and a skylight above. Ahead, to the right, is a stairway carpeted in pale green. Off the hallway, on one side, is an immense drawing room, 40 feet in length. The lone piece of music on the grand piano was American Pie by Don McLean. On the other side are a small paneled sitting room and a large dining room. At the far end of the hallway, in full view of the front door, is the television room where Kitty and Jose spent their last evening together. On the back wall is a floor-to-ceiling bookcase filled with books, many of them paperbacks, including all the American history novels of Gore Vidal, Jose's favorite author. On the top shelf of the bookcase were 60 tennis trophies, all first place, that had been won over the years by Lyle and Erik. Like a lot of houses of the movie Nouveau Riche, still in their social and business rise. That's kind of a bitchy way of putting it, but I know that Dominick Dunne, I know his background, and I know he doesn't mean anything by it. He knows exactly what he himself, having risen and fallen and risen again in the Hollywood hierarchy, knows exactly what that is, what that experience is. So, like a lot of houses of the movie Nouveau Riche, still in their social and business rise, the grand exterior is not matched by a grand interior. When the Menendez family bought the house, it was handsomely furnished, and they could have bought the furniture from the former owner for an extra $350,000. But they declined, with the exception of some reproduction Chippendale chairs in the dining room. The house is appallingly furnished with second-rate pieces. Either the high purchase price left nothing for interior decoration, or there was just a lack of interest. In any case, your attention once you are in the house is not on the furniture. You are drawn like a magnet to the television room. Okay, so I have to comment about this. Let's see. Little Lost Linden. Hi there. Hi, welcome to the chat. 1 more hour and the truth will be known. Oh, are they making a decision today? I didn't even know. Have they made they're going to make an announcement? The DA or the governor, or who's involved in this at this point? I know the DA seemed to want to release them, and I didn't realize that was going to go on today. This is just a happy coincidence. I've been so busy in my little virtual empire here that I've not been keeping up actually on the Menendez case. But I have been interested in Dominick Dunne, so I just decided to have a little fun. Yeah, movie of the week, second rate. That's a rude way of dissing these dead people's furniture. And it actually kind of brings some questions. So they bought the house in Beverly Hills. They had a previous house that they were living in. Then they were building the second house on 13 acres with mountaintop views, as it was described. That sounds really nice. And I know that living in Beverly Hills, of course, that's nice too. But let's think about this. They had enough money to live in one house, family of 4. I know the one kid's off at college, but whatever. It's still a family of 4 because both of the kids were still attached to the house. They weren't like out on their own, totally out on their own. So they've got the one house. They're building the second house. 13 acres in LA is not cheap, even then, even in the 1980s. But they abandon that project, and they abandon the first house. And then they buy the house in Beverly Hills, but they don't care about furnishing it. See, the thing is, if you're in Beverly Hills, like, the houses are like on the street. They're all within, they're like, you walk from house to house. It's like a normal neighborhood. If you're living in mountaintops, that's a little more, driveways and roads that you have to climb up and that kind of thing. That's what, sounds like. Because, they said Calabasas, right? So if they want to live in Beverly Hills, like, they're not going to have people coming to the house. LA, the entertainment industry, this is all, it's show business. Show. You want to show off. Just like the tennis trophies. You want to show off. Movie of the week says 13 acres in LA. Yeah, not downtown LA, obviously, but, anywhere in that area. That's so what happened? What happened that took them from having two houses, the 13-acre building site and the previous house, and instead they move into a Beverly Hills house that they only have enough money, or as Dominick Dunne suggests, maybe they don't care, but there's no way that at least one of them, at least even Jose, doesn't care about how their house looks. That's what it's all about. Show. There are people who will go into debt, like that guy. Oh God, what was the name? The guy who recently K'd himself and left behind the debt, and the influencer wife. They were like Hamptons people, I think. This was in the New York Post a month ago, I think. And he decided to, check out completely and leave his wife and the kids and all the debt behind, because they were living this glamorous life that they just couldn't afford, because the idea, the image, the show is the business, and the show is more important than the reality. So if they had a nice house on the outside, were they never inviting anyone in? Was he never entertaining business associates? That's usually what one does. I could see if they were living in Princeton, that's out from the city. Princeton is not a business, a show business hub. So it's not the kind of place where it's like, hey, come to my nice $1 million house in Princeton and have this show business meeting. Not really so much. But in LA, yeah, totally. And in Beverly Hills, like, you're not out in the mountains. You're not hard to get to. We all know, well, I think most people know that in Los Angeles, it takes a while to get anywhere. Traffic is crazy, distances are crazy. But in Beverly Hills, like, the houses are right there. So why would their house look not nice on the inside? They would never let anyone in. They would just say hi at the door, and everything looked nice on the outside, but not on the inside. It's a great metaphor for the family themselves, apparently. But what I'm saying is the money. What was the deal with the money? And these young men, supposedly off the parents. Now, one side wants you to believe it's because of the abuse. Another side wants you to believe it was for money, which doesn't negate the fact that the possibility or the reality that there was or could have been abuse. But it could be both. Were they trying to get money before money was gone? What was this deal with the Bananos, or was that just completely made up? And why would you abandon 13 acres? The 13 acres alone couldn't afford you money to buy furniture, not second-rate, garbage, but maybe the $350,000 for the the furnishings that already came with the house, it kind of makes me wonder what was going on. It seems like something was going on. That sounds like downsizing. I know, downsizing to Beverly Hills. Yeah, sounds like it though. Why didn't they keep building that house? That's prestige, not, second-rate furniture in your Beverly Hills mansion. It just isn't. So, okay, back to the article. So you're drawn like a magnet to the television room. Trying to imagine what happened that night, I found it unlikely that the boys, if indeed it was the boys, and there is a very vocal contingent who believe it was not, would have come down the stairs with the guns, turned right, and entered the television room, facing their parents. Since Jose was hit point blank in the back of the head, it seems far more likely that the killers entered the television room through the terrace doors behind the sofa on which Kitty and Jose were sitting, their backs to the doors, facing the television set. The killers would probably have unlocked the doors in advance. In every account of the murders, Kitty was said to have run toward the kitchen. This would suggest, assuming she was running away from her assailants, that they had entered from behind. Okay? Every person who saw the death scene has described the blood, the guts, and the carnage in sick-making detail. Well, if they used shotguns, yeah, that makes sense. The furniture I saw in that room was replacement furniture, rented after the murders from antiquarian traders in West Hollywood. I like how he gives a plug. I wonder if he was getting a kickback. The original blood-drenched furniture and oriental carpet had been hauled away, never to be sat on or walked on again. It is not far-fetched to imagine that splatterings of blood and guts found their way onto the clothes and shoes of the killers, which would have necessitated a change of clothing and possibly a shower. There is no way the killers could have gone up the stairs, however. The blood on their shoes would have left tracks on the pale green stair carpet. The lavatory beneath the stairs and adjacent to the television room does not have a shower. What probably happened is that the killers retreated out the same terrace doors they had entered and went back to the guest house to shower and change into clothes they had left there. The guest house is a separate two-story unit. Two-story? Oh, right, the guest house. Yeah, I was thinking pool house. I was like, wow, two-story pool house. Don't usually need one that big, but guest house is a separate two-story unit behind the swimming pool and adjacent to the tennis court, with a sitting room, a bedroom, a full bath, and a two-car garage opening onto an alley. There is also the possibility that the killers, knowing the carnage 12-gauge shotgun blasts would cause, wore boots, gloves, and overalls. In that event, they would have only had to discard the clothes and boots into a large garbage bag and make a dash for it. One of the most interesting aspects of the case is that the 14 shell casings were picked up and removed. I've been told that such fastidiousness is out of character in a mafia hit where a speedy getaway is essential. There is a sense of leisurely time here, of people not in a hurry, not expecting anyone, when they delay their departure from a massacre to pick up the shell casings out of the bloody remains of their victims' bodies. They almost certainly wore rubber gloves. Wow. Movie of the week says sus. Well, that's a lot of planning. And that would be a lot of gear. That would be a lot of stuff that they would then have to obviously dispose of. And I remember the trial being broadcast. I don't remember how much of it, if any, I actually watched. I mean, it's impossible not to remember it being on. But unlike the OJ trial, which I did watch at least some of, it was almost impossible to avoid that, I don't remember as much of the Menendez trial. And I wonder, I don't remember what all the arguments were that were made when the case was actually brought. Did the prosecutors, pardon me, argue that was indeed the way Dominick Dunne sets up the scenario? Is that what they argued, that that's what they did, that they came in from behind and then went out and were at the guest house? And what happened to all that stuff? A garbage bag, gloves, boots, what have you. Additionally, it's obviously a brutal attack, but the idea that not only are you so vicious to your own parents that you're, a shotgun, it's painful, it's just so destructive. Pardon me. As we're seeing, everyone who sees the scene is like, oh my God, it's so disgusting. But the idea that they had to then, the mess that they had made, remember, unrecognizable as human beings, and they just did that to their own parents. And, there's got to be, if you haven't done something, over the top like that, something so taboo, something so bad, if you've never done something like that before, no matter how much you work yourself up into that mentality, I would imagine that when you actually have to do the thing, it probably isn't all the way you imagine it would be, and not just in the actual steps of what happens physically in front of you, but your emotions, your feelings, your thoughts, the way your body even feels inside. It can't be anything that you could really prepare for. So the idea that one at least of the two had the presence of mind, remembering that they are 22 and 19, I think, respectively, to pick up each and every shell casing. And would they be so easy to see the shell casings in this mess? Would they have mentally counted how many, shells or casings or whatever you would have to pick up to make sure that you retrieved all of them? I would think you would, how many shots did you fire? You're keeping track of this? There's nothing, this is not a crime of passion. This is not a heat of the moment kind of thing. This is so deliberate, so premeditated, so cold-blooded. It's almost hard to believe that even if you were so angry at your parents for having abused you, that alone, that emotions at some point wouldn't take over of just the horror of the reality of the situation. So I don't really know what that means. I don't have a super hard opinion about the Menendez case. I haven't seen the trial. I haven't seen the evidence, and I don't fall on any side one way or the other. I'm willing to believe whatever. It could be anyway. I'm not judging in that sense, but what I can say is whoever did this, they are really, really lacking in what a normal person would, have. Even a normal, awful person, I think, would have more of a reaction, more of a, something visceral. Movie of the Week in the chat says, yeah, an amateur would not likely have been so meticulous. Well, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't indicate that it wasn't them. I mean, it could have been them. I'm not saying it wasn't. I mean, they admitted to doing it. It wasn't not, but did they admit to doing it for different reasons? I suppose you could go off onto wild conspiracy territory and say that it's about something else. You're trying to say that they took the fall for a mafia hit or something? I don't know. Is anyone actually arguing that? I don't know. As I said, I really don't know that much about the Menendez case, and I just wanted to read the Dominick Dunne articles about it and see what was said at the time. It's interesting because, I had heard from recent discussion about the case that there was this, at the time, this idea that, maybe it was a mob hit and that they had gone along with that. But I didn't realize that there was this specific accusation about a specific, criminal member of a mafia family. And I'm kind of curious as to what that connection was. Was that completely bogus? Did Jose Menendez did indeed have a relationship with a mafia member, which, maybe that doesn't have anything to do with the murders, but I am curious, does that have anything to do with the problem with the house? These houses that they could afford all this housing, and now they can't afford furniture for the new house, whatever. Anyway, it's interesting. There's a lot in this story I would like to look up and research at another time. Like that Michael Miller, was it Michael Miller? The guy who, with his mom? Yeah, crazy. Earlier in the article. Okay, so, okay, continuing. Oh, and there, yeah, these are the articles. If you can see the red text, these hypertext links here, these are the other articles that I will be looking at in the future. I don't know. I think maybe just right now on the stream we're going to get through this article, but these are the articles that I'll be looking at coming up. Or maybe I'll just do this all night. Who knows? If we're Menendezing today, if this is a Menendez day, maybe we should just Menendez all day and into the night. That sounds like a Bad Kinks song parody that I'm almost falling backward into. Let's get back to the article then. Okay, then they had to get rid of the guns. The guns, as of this writing, have still not been found. Did they ever find the alleged murder weapons or the actual murder weapons? That's interesting. No guns and no shells. But shotguns leave, well, shot. So they must have had at least that. I'm not that big on like ballistics and forensics, so I'm not sure what the point of taking away the shell casings but leaving the shot, I mean, which obviously would be in the victims and probably in the walls and stuff too. I guess you could say would make it less likely to identify, but I mean, a shell casing for a shotgun shell, I would assume that's just a blasted mess? I don't know. I don't, not an expert. If anyone in the chat knows, feel free to enlighten me. Okay, we will come back to the guns. Okay, thank you, Dominick Dunne. The car the killers left in was probably parked in the guest house garage. From there, they could make their exit unobserved down the alley behind the house. So no security camera footage. I know this is back in the day, but people still had security cameras, especially in, you know, high security place like Beverly Hills, high worth, you know, people. Had they left out of the front gates onto Elm Drive, they would have risked being observed by neighbors or passers-by. Between the time the killers left the house and the time the boys made the call to the police, the bloody clothes were probably disposed of. I wonder what the time difference is between when the neighbor heard what they thought were firecrackers and when the 911 call was actually made. I don't know what that is. Okay, on the day before the fishing trip on the motion picture Marine, Erik Menendez allegedly drove south to San Diego and purchased 2 Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns in a Big 5 sporting goods store using for... Okay, Big 5 is not the actual name of a sporting goods store, right? Or is it? Is this another defunct company? Do they mean Big 5 like it's one of the top 5 sporting goods stores, and he's not going to mention the name because they're not giving him a kickback like that antique store? This is my theory on Dominick Dunne, that he's mentioning the names of things that he gets freebies for, and he's not for the things that he doesn't. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, these seasonal allergies are really doing a number on my throat, which is terrible when you're trying to read and stream. But anyway, okay, so... Okay, Big 5 sporting goods store using for identification the stolen driver's license of a young man named Donovan Goudreau. I wonder who that was. Under federal law, to purchase a weapon, an individual must fill out a 4473 form, which requires the buyer to provide his name, address, and signature, as well as an identification card with picture. Donovan Goudreau has subsequently said on television that he can prove he was in New York at the time of the gun purchase in San Diego. Goudreau had once roomed with Jamie Pizarchik, I guess that's how that's pronounced, who was and still is Lyle Menendez's girlfriend, probably not anymore, and stalwart supporter, visiting him daily in jail and attending his every court session. She's ride or die. Movie of the Week says Big 5 is a chain of sports stores. Okay, so we know Dominick Dunne got some free, like, tennis rackets or something from Big 5. I don't think I've ever seen a Big 5. Is that regional Movie of the Week? Okay. shows you my ignorance. Okay. So, when Goudreau stopped rooming with Jamie, he moved into Lyle's room at Princeton, which was against the rules since he was not a student at the university. That's weird. But then Lyle had once kept a puppy in his room at Princeton, and having animals in the rooms was against the rules too. Yeah, okay. Of course, having animals in your room at college is against the rules. But gee, let's see. I've known people who've had cats, well, not in the dorm, maybe in the dorm, maybe technically off campus housing. Let's see. Iguanas, snakes, tarantula spider, maybe? Don't think I ever knew anyone who had a dog or a cat, though, but I can see someone trying to keep a puppy in their dorm room as being, like, weird and annoying, but makes more sense because, of course, who doesn't, like a puppy? Well, people who don't like dogs, but you know what I mean. But having, like, your girlfriend's roommate who doesn't go to the school move into your room? But Lyle was in residence at the time, so I don't understand. A single dorm room and he was sharing, or were they swapping? Because if Lyle was like bunking up with his girlfriend, then maybe he's like, hey, use my room because I'm never there. That might make sense. Okay, movie of the week in the chat says, you think that Big Five is a Midwest chain like Dillard's. Well, I've heard of Dillard's. I knew people with cats in dorms. Okay, there you go. Cats in dorms. Okay, back to the article. What has emerged most significantly in the year since the murders is that all was not what it seemed in the seemingly perfect Menendez household. There are people who will tell you that Jose was well liked. There are more people by far who will tell you that he was greatly disliked, even despised. He had made enemies all along the way in his rise to the high middle of the entertainment industry, but everyone agrees that had he lived, he would have gone right to the top. Okay, that's totally believable. He did not have many personal friends, and he and Kitty were not involved in the party circuit of Beverly Hills. His life was family and business. I was told that at the memorial service in Los Angeles, which preceded the funeral in Princeton, most of the 200 people who attended had a business rather than a personal relationship with him. Stung by the allegations that Jose had mob connections in his business dealings at Live Entertainment, allegations that surfaced immediately after the murders, the company hired Warren Cowan, or does he say Cohen? It's Cowan, the famed public relations man, to arrange the memorial service. Well, that's not inexpensive and rather over the top, quite frankly. His idea was to present Menendez as Jose the family man. He suggested starting a Jose Menendez scholarship fund, a suggestion that never came to fruition. It was also his idea to hold the memorial service in an auditorium at the Directors Guild in Hollywood in order to show that Jose was a member of the entertainment community, although it is doubtful that Jose had ever been there. That is odd. And what a bizarre... This is not something I think one would think about. I mean, okay, if you're like legit famous people, like if people already know who you are, famous people, famous for business, famous for entertainment business, I understand this level of nonsense. It's still utter complete nonsense, but to worry about your PR when you're not famous already, like no one cares, no one, right? Absolutely no one. This family, hey, let's go get like the biggest PR guy we can find and waste a ton of money staging this absolute nonsense to try to rehabilitate the image of a dead man whom no one really cares about other than the fact that he is a victim of a murder. I remember at the time, all the press was about they were victims. The whole he was attached to the mob, that was not really a thing. That wasn't really a concern. I don't believe that the general public had a thought or a feeling that the dad was somehow mob connected and therefore deserved to be, murdered in his home with his wife. That's odd, But okay. Again, this is just odd. This is odd. Okay, 2 people from live entertainment gave glowing eulogies. Brian Anderson, Kitty's brother, spoke lovingly about Kitty, and each son spoke reverently about his parents. One person leaving the service was heard to say, "The only word not used to describe Jose was prick." That's a weird statement. I don't exactly know what that means, because I can think of a lot of words that are not pleasant or nice that you could use to describe someone. So if there were other words used to describe him, that I can think of a lot of unpleasant words that could be used to describe him. It's such a weird statement. Okay. Although Jose spoke with a very slight accent, a business cohort described him to me as very non-Hispanic. Okay. What does that mean? He was once offended when he received a letter of congratulations for having achieved such a high place in the business world for a Hispanic. Well, yeah, that kind of goes both ways. Could be a compliment, could be a bit of a backhanded compliment, I get it. He hated anyone who knew anything about his heritage, the colleague said. Well, that's kind of confusing because his name is Jose Menendez. It's not like it was Ramon Estevez and he changed it to something that sounded Irish. I mean, people are going to guess. And it is California, Southern California. It's not like they lack people of Spanish heritage. But okay. I mean, I get it. But okay. On the other hand, there was part of Jose Menendez that secretly wanted to run for the U.S. Senate from Florida in order to free Cuba from the tyranny of Fidel Castro and make it a U.S. territory. That is quite an ambition, and very unlikely to succeed. I mean, the U.S. territory part, I suppose he could have become a senator and maybe work to help free Cuba, but the U.S. territory part, that would be difficult. That would be a tough sell, but I get it, One dreams, one fantasizes, I get it. Kitty Menendez was another matter. You never heard a bad word about Kitty. Back in Princeton, people remember her on the tennis courts with affection. Those who knew her in the later years of her life felt affection too, but they also felt sorry for her. She was a deeply unhappy woman and was becoming a pathetic one. Aw. Her husband was flagrantly unfaithful to her, and she was devastated by his infidelity. There has been much talk since the killings of Jose's having had a mistress, but that mistress was by no means his first, although he was said to have had fidelity in his infidelity in that particular relationship. Cute. Kitty fought hard to hold her marriage together, but it is unlikely that Jose would ever have divorced her. Well, she could have divorced him, and that would have been a better move. Maybe she wouldn't have been in the house. An employee at Life Entertainment said, Kitty called Jose at his office every 30 minutes, sometimes just to tell him what kind of pizza to bring home for supper. She was a dependent person. She wanted to go on his business trips with him. She had June Allison looks. That's a weird reference because no one under a certain age would even understand that reference. June Allison was an old actress, and even though I know she had a long career in film, the thing I know June Allison best for is it was either denture product ads or Depends ads, and I was kind of leaning toward Depends, the adult diaper. But yes, she was an actual film actress, but at the end of her life, more known for pushing like old people products, which nothing wrong with that, but it's just saying someone had June Allison looks and I'm thinking of adult diapers. It's, not exactly going, oh, she was this lovely lady, but June Allison was a nice blonde actress who aged and now she's not with us any longer. So that's what that means. Here, want to see what June Allison looked like? Here's June Allison. And maybe I'll find out what it was that she was shilling at the end of her life. There we go. Depends! It was Depends. There you go. She was brave and bold enough to demystify, whatever you want to call it, the adult diaper, bringing it out of the shadows and making it something, if not proud. Oh, there's the young June Allison. There you go. She still looks kind of like a grandma, just a youngish grandma. I don't know what that is about. Back in the day, younger people looked older. They talk about it all the time, how young people now look way younger. Even like 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds look way younger than people who look that old. And I've looked through my own family photo albums, and boy, is that true. Good Lord. My grandparents look ancient. Depends, OMG. Yes, movie of the week, Depends. Hey, it's a gig and it paid. And it kept people talking about June Allison. If June Allison hadn't done adult diaper ads, I probably would barely remember. I think she was in an old version of Little Women. Okay, there you go. Little Women. That's the only other thing I know about June Allison. She was in one of the Little Women movies, and I don't even know if this is. I've seen one of them, and I don't know if this is it. I can't see who is on that poster. I don't know if I've seen that version, but it doesn't matter. June Allison. Anyway, hi, Dominick Dunne. Back to the article. Poor Kitty. Poor Kitty. Jose didn't care about Kitty anymore. He was looking for other kitties. Other kitties. Okay, she had June Allison looks. Very warm. She also had a history of drinking and pills. Well, I'd have to say drinking and pills and being a very warm, wonderful person, that's not usually super consistent. But okay. Another business associate of Jose's at Live said, I knew Kitty at company dinners and cocktail parties. They used to say about Kitty that she was Jose with a wig. Well, that's insulting. She was always very much at his side, part of his vision, dedicated to the cause, whatever the cause was. Okay, Jose with a wig. A more intimate picture of Kitty comes from Karen Lamb, one of the most highly publicized secondary characters in the Menendez saga. I don't remember this name. I really didn't follow the Menendezes very closely. Okay. A beautiful former actress and model who was once wed to the late Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Oh dear. He was the one who had the problems. What am I saying? Brian Wilson didn't have problems. Haha. Okay, yeah, Dennis Wilson was the one who was hooked up with the Manson family and who ended up drowning, right? Isn't that how he died? Yeah, he died early. He had substance issues, shall we say. Tragic situation there. Unfortunate end. Okay, Karen Lamb was married to Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Lamb is now a television producer, and she and her partner, Zev Brown, are developing a mini-series based on the Menendez case. Why not? Lamb is often presented as Kitty's closest friend and confidant. Well, I would certainly hope that if I were tragically murdered, definitely by my sons, that my best friend would leverage that relationship to profit off of it and publicize my personal life. Friends in Hollywood, who needs them, huh? Okay. Miniseries. Where did I leave off? Okay, presented as closest friends and confidant. However, Lamb is often presented as Kitty's closest friend and confidant. However, friends of Erik and Lyle decry her claims of friendship with Kitty, asserting that the boys did not know her and asking how she could have been such a great friend of Kitty's if she was totally unknown to the sons. Well, maybe Kitty had secrets. Most newspaper accounts say that Karen Lamb and Kitty Menendez met in an aerobics class, but Lamb, who said she dislikes exercise classes, gave a different account of the beginning of their friendship. About a year before the murders, she was living with a film executive, of course she was, named Stuart Benjamin, who was a business acquaintance of Jose Menendez. Okay. Benjamin was a partner of the film director Taylor Hackford. Okay, yeah, sure. Wait, isn't that... Here, hold on. My memory not being as great as it should be. Isn't Taylor Hackford... One second. I'm looking things up. Oh, yeah, of course I recognized him. That's exactly who I thought it was. Right. Helen Mirren's husband. Okay. Well, I mean, not to... He's an Oscar winner. I don't mean to just degrade him as Mr. Helen Mirren. He's an Oscar winner. He's talented and noteworthy in his own right. It's just his wife is way more famous a name. So, oh, that's Helen Mirren's husband. Yeah, the guy who won the Oscar. Sorry, dude. Oh, well, I guess it happens to everybody, a lot of people from time to time. Mr. Helen Mirren, the Oscar winner. Her? Yeah, him. Okay, yeah, that Taylor Hackford. In a production company called New Vision Pictures, which Menendez was interested in acquiring as a subsidiary for live entertainment. Okay, makes sense. During the negotiation period, Benjamin, with Lamb as his date, attended a dinner party at the Menendez house on Elm Drive. Really? They were having business meetings on this second-rate furniture? Weren't they embarrassed? Wouldn't you go out and just do the meeting at a restaurant so that people wouldn't see your second-rate furniture? I would. Okay. Okay, Lamb, who is an effusive and witty conversationalist, I bet, and Kitty spent much of the evening talking together. It was the beginning of a friendship that would blossom. Lamb described Kitty to me as being deeply unhappy over her husband's philandering. She claims that Kitty had tried, oh dear, the S word. You know, the self-delete word. On 3 occasions. The kind of at-home S attempts that are more cries for help than a longing for death. I wonder how she did that. Kitty, and did the boys know? If that's even true, of course. Kitty had once won a beauty contest and could still be pretty on occasion. Oh, ow. Yes, but she looks like the adult diaper lady, and she also looks like she's also her husband in a wig. Boy, we're really just, trampling all over this poor woman. Although, yeah, okay. Could still be pretty on occasion, but she had let her looks go. Grown fat, her autopsy report described her as, quote, fairly well nourished, unquote, and gave her weight as 165. Okay, but how tall was she? Maybe she's 5'10", and dyed her hair an unbecoming blonde color that did not suit her. Lamb suggested that she get back into shape and took her to aerobics classes, as well as offering her advice on a darker hair color. During the year that followed, the two women became intimate friends, and Kitty confided in Lamb not only about Jose's infidelity, but also about the many problems they were having with their sons. I can tell you, a new shade of hair and aerobics classes are not going to stop your husband from having the mistress. That's not going to work. Now, if you want to drop weight and try to attract a new husband or a new boyfriend or whatever, well, that might work, but the husband, that's a lost cause. Mrs. Kitty Menendez should have gone and found a tennis instructor like Dave Grohl's wife. Allegedly. Okay, back to the article. Lamb said she met the boys 3 times, but never talked to them in the house on Elm Drive. She told me, those kids watched their mother become a doormat for their father. Jose lived through Lyle. Jose made Lyle white bread. I guess he doesn't mean he made Lyle baked goods. I assume that means Jose tried to turn Lyle into a white bread individual, a boring, acceptable American dreamboat, I guess, dream boy, the all-American guy. He sent him to Princeton. He gave him all the things that were not available to him as an immigrant. Lamb finally talked with Kitty's sons at the memorial service at the Directors Guild. She was introduced to Lyle, who in turn introduced her to Erik as Mom's friend. Oh, okay, she's Mom's friend, not Eric's mom's friend. I don't know why I was reading it as, it sounded like he was introducing his brother as their mother's friend. That's weird. She said that Lyle had become Jose overnight. He radiated confidence and showed no emotion unless it was a convenient moment. Ugh. Erik, on the other hand, fell apart. Okay. Over the previous 2 years, the handsome, athletic, and gifted Menendez sons had been getting into trouble. Although a great friend of the boys dismissed their scrapes as merely rich kids' sick jokes, 2 events occurred in Calabasas, where the family lived before the move to Beverly Hills, that were to have momentous consequences for all the members of the family. The brothers got involved in 2 very serious criminal offenses: a burglary at the home of Michael Warren Ginsburg in Calabasas, and grand theft at the home of John Richard List in Hidden Hills. In total, more than $100,000 in money and jewels was taken from the 2 houses. Not an insignificant sum. Indeed, $100,000 was a lot more money back then. It's what, probably is that close to $1 million nowadays? Maybe not quite $1 million, I don't know, but this being what, late 80s, I guess pre-1990, so maybe. I don't know how much money has gone up in that time. A lot. But that's pretty, okay, breaking into a house, that could be no big deal. Grand theft, I guess that's also breaking into, I don't know what, I mean, burglary obviously is, going into someone's house. I don't know, does grand theft, is that like a dollar amount? You have to be over a dollar amount for it to be grand theft? Because I only really know Grand Theft Auto. But $100,000 is not just, well, then again, if the houses are really, I was going to say, it's not just picking an item up off of a table and walking out with it. But then again, considering the people that they're living around, it actually could be, hey, I've got a dinosaur egg just as a decoration in my living room, and then you walk off with it and you've just stolen $1 million worth of property. I don't think they stole dinosaur eggs, but anyway, that seems like a little bit more than just rich kids' sick jokes, but just a guess. And also, if they were so under their dad's thumb, that it's a lot to risk. That's an awful lot to risk. Not just like speeding tickets, drunk driving, general rowdiness that one might expect from 22 or 19-year-old. Well, I guess he wasn't 22 at the time, so whatever age these, I guess they were teenagers maybe at the time. Okay, back to the article. Jose dealt with his son's transgressions the way he would deal with any prickly business problem, said a business associate, by minimizing the damage and going forward, fixing something that was broken without actually dealing with the problem. He simply took over and solved it. The money and jewels were returned, and $11,000 in damages was paid. Since Erik was underage, it was decided that he would take the fall for both brothers, thereby safeguarding Jose's dream of having Lyle study at Princeton. Wow, that's a real lousy thing to do to your kid, and I wonder, it's a weird dynamic with the brothers, that's for sure. asking the less favorite son to sacrifice for the more favored son. And then it seems like with the murder scenario that it was, I guess, the older brother that was the sort of lead, and the younger brother kind of indicated that he was following the older brother's lead. I don't really know if that's even true, but again, I'm not trying to argue for or against the Menendezes or their freedom or against it or anything. I don't know. They said they did it. After that, it's up to the courts. I'm just interested in Dominick Dunne's reporting. It's interesting to go back and look at how this was reported, because this article from October 1990 was written before they had even made it to trial. So yeah, okay. I'm trying to find my place, and here we go. Jose hired the criminal lawyer Gerald Chalef. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I feel ignorant here. To represent Erik, the same Gerald Chalef, I'll say that, who is now representing Lyle on the charge of murdering the man who once hired him to represent Erik on the burglary charge. Everything was solved to perfection. Erik got probation, no more, and compulsory counseling. And for that, Kitty asked her psychologist, Les Summerfield, to recommend someone her son could go to for the required number of hours ordered by the judge. Les Summerfield recommended a Beverly Hills psychologist named Jerome Oziel, who, like Gerald Chalef, continues his role in the Menendez saga right up to present. Now, I remember that guy's name from back then. That's funny, Oziel, the shrink, because I guess what's his Erik confessed to Oziel, and then that became part of the trial, the original trial. But it's funny, I remembered that guy's name. I don't know why. Back to the article. Prior to the thefts, Erik had made a friend at Calabasas High School who would also play a continuing part in the story. Craig Signorelli, the son of a prominent executive in the television industry, is a Tom Cruise look-alike. Well, that's quite a claim. I'm going to look that up. Did he indeed look like Tom Cruise? Does he look like Tom Cruise today? We're going to find out. Currently as of October 1990, studying at the University of California in Santa Barbara. Craig was the captain of the Calabasas High School tennis team, and Erik, who had recently transferred from Princeton Day, was the #1 singles player on the team. One day, while playing a match together, they were taunted and spit at by 2 students from El Camino High School, a rival school in a less affluent neighborhood. Menendez and Signorelli went out to the street to face their adversaries, and a fight started. Suddenly, a whole group of El Camino boys jumped out of cars and joined the fray. Erik and Craig were both badly beaten up. Erik's jaw was broken. Ow! Oh, ow! And Craig received severe damage to his ribs. Ow, also painful. The incident sparked a close friendship between the two. Trauma bonding, which would culminate in the co-writing of a movie script, it's so LA, called Friends, in which a young man named Hamilton Cromwell murders his extremely rich parents for his inheritance. One of the most quoted passages from the screenplay comes from the mouth of Hamilton Cromwell, speaking about his father. Sometimes he would tell me that I was not worthy to be his son. When he did that, it would make me strive harder, just so I could hear the world. It says world, that's got to be a typo. I love you, son. And also, that's not a word, that's a sentence. And I never heard those words. Oh no. It's so true, right? You know it's true. To add to the awful irony, Kitty, the loving mother who could not do enough for her sons, except stay off the booze and pills and divorce the relentlessly unfaithful husband and not teach her sons a really bad lesson about relationships and life. Sorry. Kitty, typed the screenplay in which her own demise seems to have been predicted. In the embarrassing aftermath of the burglaries, the family moved to the house on Elm Drive in Beverly Hills. Jose told people at live entertainment that he was upset by the drug activity in Calabasas. Oh gosh. I hope YouTube doesn't have a problem with the D word. The D activity in Calabasas, and that the tires of his cars had been slashed. But it is quite possible that these stories were a diversionary tactic or smokescreen created to cover the disgrace of his son's criminal record. Yeah, I don't know, though. They were building a 13-acre, or they had a 13-acre building site. I mean, you're just going to give that up? I wouldn't give it up for the investment alone. You know, the real estate investment alone. I would not give that up easily just because my sons were a little naughty. No, I would make them take some consequences, go into rehab or whatever they needed to do to get their act together. I wouldn't lose my 13, acre property investment in LA. Okay, so this Signorelli guy, this is so silly. I know. Oh, look, Craig Signorelli, actor, Friends, like the thing that they wrote, tennis. Okay. Now, the claim was made that he's a Tom Cruise lookalike. Let's be the judge. Tom Cruise, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Cruise. We've got Tom Cruise at home. Tom Cruise at home. There you go. I'm getting Mapother vibes from this. If you understand my reference, if anyone out there knows Tom Cruise's real last name and his family, if you've seen Lost and you know his relative who was on Lost, I'm getting this might be, hey, maybe this is Suri's dad. Just kidding. So this was Craig back in the day. I guess this was the Tom Cruise lookalike. I don't know. I'm feeling a little more, well, Matthew Perry-ish, kind of. See what I mean? Matthew Perry, R.I.P. from Friends. Yeah, I'm not getting Tom Cruise. I mean, I get what they're saying, but with all respect to Craig looks like Craig. He doesn't look like Tom Cruise, and that's not an insult. It's just a fact. Oh, movie of the week. Shame on you. There you go. There's Tom Cruise lookalike nowadays. And yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, he doesn't look like Tom Cruise, and that's okay. Lyle and Erik. I can't get over how different their hair is. Or wigs, whatever. Why did Craig Signorelli betray Erik Menendez? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so back to the article. I'm sorry for being silly there for a second, looking at Craig and his Tom Cruise look-alikedness. You know what I'm saying. Okay, back to the article. A further setback for the family, also partly covered up, had occurred the previous winter when Lyle was suspended from Princeton after one semester for cheating in Psychology 101. Dude, if you're cheating at your first semester in Psych 101, you're not even trying. It's not that hard. Come on. Taken before a disciplinary committee, he was told he could leave the university voluntarily or be expelled. Ouch. He chose to leave. Wow, he really got caught. I mean, they take cheating seriously, but he really got caught. He must have done something really dumb. This was a grave blow to Jose, who loved to tell people that he had a son at Princeton. Again, taking over, he tried to talk the authorities at Princeton into reinstating his son, but this time, the pressure he applied did not work. Oh, I get it. He didn't have a big enough donation to make. That's how that works. And I guess he didn't have any famous or powerful enough friends or connected enough friends to pressure them at Princeton, because that would have worked too. The suspension lasted a year. Oh, okay, well, if he was able to go back, that's not that bad. In a typical reaction, Jose became more angry at the school than he was at his son, of course. He urged Lyle to stay on in Princeton rather than return to Beverly Hills so that he would not have to admit to anyone that Lyle had been kicked out. Well, okay, suspended isn't totally kicked out. I mean, expelled, suspended, they're using a bunch of different terms. If he was expelled, he would not have been allowed back. If he was suspended and it was a year and he was allowed back, then they could have just covered it up as a gap year. They could have lied that way. I mean, okay, in the US, especially at that time, the concept of a gap year wasn't really a thing, but they could have, I don't know, arranged some kind of internship for him maybe to cover it up. It really wouldn't have been that hard. Or send him away to a different town and go to uni there and just take like some, do something and say, oh, well, he's spending a semester at, another school. It could have covered it up more easily than that, honestly. All right, back to the article. But Lyle did return and work briefly for Live Entertainment, where he showed all the worst qualities of the spoiled rich boy holding down a grace and favor job in his father's company. He was consistently late for work, his attention span was brief, he worked short hours, leaving in the afternoon to play tennis. He was unpopular with the career-oriented staff. The kids had a sense of being young royalty. Oh, okay, that's in our wheelhouse. Now I am covering royalty. Cool. Said an employee of the company. They could be nasty, arrogant, and self-centered. But the same person said, Jose had a blind spot about his sons, and tennis held the family together. Once, Jose took the Concorde to Europe just to watch Lyle play in a tennis tournament, and then came right back. However, for all the seeming closeness of the family, the sons were proving to be disappointments, even failures, in the eyes of their perfection-demanding father. Jose had apparently come to the end of financing his recalcitrant son's rebellion, and there are indications that he planned to revise his will. Now, this is kind of crazy to me. You spent all of your time working on your business. You don't parent your sons properly. Then when they turn out to be little entitled spoiled jerks, because you spoiled them, you gave them all of these things, then you're unhappy. Then you go, oh, it's their fault. I will punish them. I will revise my will. If I die, the heck with my sons. They have disappointed me because I did the exact opposite of how I was raised, and they turned out, sort of the exact opposite. Not entirely, apparently, but, that's kind of remarkable. But it seems like maybe he could have found another way to improve his children. Guess not. Take it out in secret so that they will find out after you're dead. That's very passive-aggressive, which is odd because it sounds like this guy was pretty outwardly aggressive, at least in a personality way. I don't mean like, I don't know that he was hitting anybody, but you know what I mean, right? Okay. After the Calabasas debacle, Erik transferred to Beverly Hills High School for his senior year. His classmates remembered him chiefly as a loner, walking around in tennis shorts, always carrying his tennis racket. A girl I was going out with lusted after him. Ooh, a student told me. She said he had good legs. Okay. Ugh. Fine. Was he spoiled? Everyone at Beverly Hills High is spoiled. Like his father, Lyle is said to have been a great ladies' man. Ugh, I'm sorry. I don't think either of the Menendez brothers, and not the father either, I don't think any of them are anything that special. Maybe it's in the personality, but their personalities sound terrible too, so I don't know. Maybe it just works on a certain type of lady. Like his father, Lyle is said to have been a great ladies' man, which pleased Jose, but several of Lyle's girlfriends, mostly older than he, mommy issues, were not considered to be suitable by his parents. I think we know what that means. And clashes occurred. When Jose forbade Lyle to go to Europe with an older girlfriend, Lyle went anyway. Yeah, good choice. A person extremely close to the family told me that another of Lyle's girlfriends, not Jamie Pizarnik, that's spelled differently now. Or did I read it wrong before? Okay. Jamie Pizarnik, who had been so loyal to him during his incarceration, was manipulating him, which I took to mean manipulating him into marriage. This girl became pregnant. Jose, in his usual method of dealing with his son's problems, moved in and paid off the girl to delete the child. You know what I mean. I don't know if YouTube would want me to say it, so, make it go away. The manner of Jose's interference, some people would want the grandchild. Some people might pay to have the child, hey, we'll help raise it, or we'll even take custody of it, If you have the money, and it sounds like they did. Guess it depends. Okay, so the manner of Jose's interference in so personal a matter, not allowing Lyle to deal with his own problem, is said to have infuriated Lyle and caused a deep rift between father and son. Well, when you consider the fact that his own father prevented him from becoming a father, now I'm wondering if maybe this has to do with some of the, fury, infuriated fury. Maybe that was part of the problem. Lyle moved out of the main house into the guest house at the back of the property. Well, there, you can't fire me. I quit. I'm going to move into the guest house. Okay, you show him, Lyle. He was still living there at the time of the murders, although Erik continued to live in the main house. Karen Lamb told me that in her final conversation with Kitty, 3 days before the killing and 1 day before the purchase of the guns in San Diego, Kitty told her that Lyle had been verbally abusive to her in a long late-night call from the guest house to the main house. I'm sorry, that's so funny. He was very mean to me. He called me from, over there. Well, hang up. The least he could do is get up and make the effort to come into the house to harangue you. If someone called me and was yelling at me, I would just hang up on them. And if they were calling from, where I could look out my window and see them, I think I would hang up on them doubly quick. And if it was my own son, I would be like, please, are you kidding me? I can't imagine raising a child like that, but okay. I do think it's funny. Calling from the guest house to complain. And I would be embarrassed to confide that to a friend, that I'm such a kind of crummy parent that I've raised a kid who does this. Okay. Trying to find my place again. Okay, next paragraph. From the beginning, the police were disinclined to buy the highly publicized mafia hit story on the grounds that mafia hits are rarely done in the home, that the victim is usually executed with a single shot to the back of the head. That's not true. And that the wife is not usually killed also. Could be. The hit, if hit it was, looked more like a Colombian drug lord hit, like the bloody massacre carried out by Al Pacino in the film Scarface, which, incidentally, was one of Lyle's favorite movies. Months later, after the arrests, the Beverly Hills police claimed to have been suspicious of the Menendez brothers from the beginning, even from the first night. One detective at the scene asked the boys if they had the ticket stubs from the film they said they had just seen in Century City. When both parents are hit, our feeling is usually that the kids did it, said a Beverly Hills police officer. Another officer declared 2 days after the event, "These kids fried their parents. They cooked them." Well, that's not going to, possibly taint a jury. Innocent before proven guilty. Cool. But there was no proof. Nothing to go on. Merely gut reactions. With as much mess as must have been created by these crimes, it is kind of amazing that they were clean. They were clean. What was the time difference between when the crimes occurred and when the boys were first seen by anyone? I assume this would have been first responders coming to the scene, and the boys were there after having committed this crime, which was so messy, having to go out, dispose of whatever protective gear they may have had. If they were completely clean, then they wouldn't have needed showers. But if they needed showers, they would have had to blow dry their hair. And wow, that's a lot. I wonder what the time gap was. Okay, I guess maybe we'll find it in the future articles because, again, I'm not that familiar with the case. I'm learning a lot. Back to the article. Inadvertently, the boys brought suspicion upon themselves. In the aftermath of the terrible event, close observers noted the extraordinary calm the boys exhibited, almost as if the murders had happened to another family. They were seen renting furniture at antiquarian traders to replace the furniture, that second-rate furniture, that had been replaced from the television room. Again, I really think that Dominick Dunne was getting some kickbacks from antiquarian traders and this other product placement in his articles. Maybe it's just specificity, maybe it's detail to really bring the story alive, and maybe it's just a form of product placement. I'm very cynical, sorry. And as new heirs, they embarked on a spending spree that even the merriest widow who had married for money would have refrained from going on, for propriety's sake if nothing else, in the first flush of her mourning period. They bought and bought and bought. Estimates of their spending have gone as high as $700,000. Lyle bought a $60,000 Porsche 911 Carrera to replace the Alfa Romeo his father had given him. Erik turned in his Ford Mustang 5.0 hardtop and bought a tan Jeep Wrangler, which his girlfriend, Noelle Turelski, is now driving. Lyle bought $40,000 worth of clothes and a $15,000 Rolex watch. Erik hired a $50,000 a year tennis coach. Lyle decided to go into the restaurant business and paid a reported $550,000 for a cafeteria-style eatery in Princeton, which he renamed Mr. Buffalo's, flying back and forth coast to coast on MGM Grand Air. It was one of my mother's delights that I pursue a small restaurant chain and serve healthy food with friendly service, he said in an interview with the Daily Princetonian, the campus newspaper. Erik, less successful as an entrepreneur than Lyle, put up $40,000 for a rock concert at the Palladium, but got ripped off by a conman partner and lost the entire amount. Erik decided not to attend UCLA, which had been his father's plan for him, but to pursue a career in tennis instead. After moving from hotel to elude the mafia, who they claimed were watching them, the brothers leased adjoining condos in the Tony Marina City Club towers. They liked high-tech surroundings, and they wanted to get out of the house, one of their friends said to me. Then there was the ghoulish sense of humor another of their friends spoke about. Sitting with a gang of pals one night, deciding what videos to rent for the evening, Erik suggested Dad and Parenthood. Even as close a friend as Glenn Stevens, who was in the car with Lyle when he was arrested, later told the Los Angeles Times that 2 days after the murders, when he asked Lyle how he was holding up emotionally, his friend replied, "I've been waiting so long to be in this position that the transition came easily." Yikes. The police were also aware that Lyle Menendez had hired a computer expert who eradicated from the hard disk of the family computer a revised will that Jose had been working on. Most remarkable of all was that, unlike the families of most homicide victims, the sons of Jose and Kitty Menendez did not have the obsessive interest in the police search for the killers of their parents that usually supersedes all else in the wake of such a tragedy. As the CEO of live entertainment, Jose Menendez earned a base pay of $500,000 a year, with a maximum bonus of $850,000, based on the company's yearly earnings. On top of that, there were life insurance policies. An interesting sidebar to the story concerns two policies that were thought to have been taken out on Menendez by Live Entertainment. Movie of the Week says that seems a little scary. What seems a little scary, Movie of the Week? I know you're a little bit behind. You're hearing me a bit on a delay. But yeah, I love the concept that a business, your employer, can take out a life insurance policy on you, the employee, so that if you die, they benefit. That sounds dangerous. It also sounds like the plot of a movie or like a Twilight Zone episode or something, but now a new motive for taking out Jose Menendez has entered the chat. Not that I'm implicating Live Entertainment, but I'm just saying that, that would be having a life insurance policy out on someone definitely could potentially give you a reason to want them to no longer exist. Movie of the Week, you said that seems a little scary and I have no idea what you're referring to. If you want to tell me, chat again. Otherwise, I'm going to keep reading the article. I'll give you a moment while I take a sip of water here. And if anyone is actually listening, to give a heads up, I am going to be taking a break at 5 o'clock, whether I have finished this article or not, to get a refresh on my cup of tea, which I have finished. So, Movie of the Week says that your employer can bet against your survival. Yes, indeed, that they pay money on the betting on the possibility that you could die. Now, you would just think that they would. I mean, it should be illegal. That should really be illegal, except perhaps. Now, here's where it might make sense. Imagine, and it's still evil and wrong seeming, but imagine that there is someone who the company really depends on. For example, Apple really needed Steve Jobs, did they not? And they lost him. And they lost him a little earlier than I guess they probably thought that they might. If the company, which, it was his company, but you know what I mean. The company was so dependent on him. Would the company have the right to take a life insurance policy out on the founder or the CEO who is the face, of the company? Would Tesla, the company, have the right to take out a life insurance policy on Elon Musk? Would a movie company, and maybe they do. They probably do this, though. Movie production companies, I would imagine, might have life insurance policies on the big, like maybe, the star, the big director. Although that's weird, because think about that. If you have a star and an accident occurs on the set and they become no longer alive, the movie, the company now can benefit from that. And that would, as I said, it gives people an incentive to potentially take people out, especially if you think that the person could be worth more to you unalive than alive, which that leads into all sorts of crazy conspiracy theories about the entertainment industry and people's premature deaths and stuff like that. And it's very fun to think about, and it's great for if you're writing a novel or a movie, a screenplay, but not the speculation that we need right now. But yeah, that it is legal that your employer can take a life insurance policy out on you without even your knowledge or consent is just the absolute state of our world. It's really wrong. But anyway, let me take a sip of my tea. Well, I'm about to finish my tea, and then I'll get back to the article. Okay. I read that part. So the insurance policy. Okay, an interesting sidebar to the story concerns two policies that were thought to have been taken out on Menendez by Live Entertainment. The bigger of the two was a $15 million Keyman policy. Keyman. Okay, there you go. I think that's what I was talking about, kind of. $10 million of that was with Bankers Trust and $5 million with Crédit Lyonnais. Taking out a key man life insurance policy on a top executive is common practice in business. There you go. With the company being named as beneficiary. Live Entertainment was also required to maintain a second policy on Menendez in the amount of $5 million, with the beneficiary to be named by him. Given the family's much talked about closeness, it is not unlikely that Kitty and the boys were aware of this policy. Presumably, the beneficiary of the insurance policy would have been the same as the beneficiary of Jose's will. But we don't know. What if he named his mistress, who he was so faithful to her in his unfaithfulness? Maybe he named her. Don't we know? Why don't they have the answer to this? Why don't you know, Dominick Dunne? Okay, in the will, it was stated that if Kitty died first, everything would go to Jose, and if Jose died first, everything would go to Kitty. In the event that both died, everything would go to the boys. Okay, so very, very, very common with married people who have children. The murders happened on a Sunday night. On the afternoon of the following Tuesday, Lyle and Erik, accompanied by two uncles, Kitty's brother, Brian Anderson, and Jose's brother-in-law, Carlos Baralt, who was the executor of Jose's will, met with officials at Live Entertainment at the company's headquarters to go over Jose's financial situation. At that meeting, it became the difficult duty of Jose's successor to inform the heirs that the $5 million policy with the beneficiaries named by Jose had not gone into effect because Jose had failed to take the required physical examination, believing that the one he had taken for the $15 million policy applied to both policies. It did not. Well, I'm kind of surprised that he wouldn't have been nagged incessantly by whatever bureaucratic whatnot would have been put into place to nag him about, you haven't completed this thing by now. We need you to complete the thing. He would have gotten phone calls. He would have gotten letters. I guess they wouldn't have had email, internal mail. They probably would have had some kind of internal mail system. I find it very hard that someone from HR or someone from the insurance company itself would not have been nagging him to complete it, but maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, but he did take one for the $15 million policy, which means that Live Entertainment got $15 million upon his death. Is that correct? Let's see. Will they tell us? Will Dominick Dunne tell us? A person present at that meeting told me of the resounding silence that followed the reception of that information. To expect $5 million payable upon death and to find that it was not forthcoming would be a crushing disappointment. Finally, Erik Menendez spoke. His voice was cold. And the $15 million policy in favor of the company, was that in order? He asked. It was. Jose had apparently been told that he would have to take another physical for the second policy, but he had postponed it. Oh, do they have documentation to back that up? I'd like to know. As an officer of the company said to me, that anything could ever happen to Jose never occurred to Jose. Yes, but he did do the first physical, so Movie of the Week says in the chat, inter-office mail in manila envelopes. Yeah, but I could swear that I recall, and I mean, I would have been a kid, not actually working in an office, but I feel like back in the day when computer screens had green type on them, that there were like weird inter-office messaging systems that occurred, that were used. Maybe they were like idiosyncratic to the offices themselves. It wasn't like a Microsoft program. I don't know, but I feel like I remember that, but maybe I don't know. I wasn't working, pardon me, in office buildings in the 80s, so not my area of expertise. Okay, where did I leave off? Okay, back to the article. The news that the policy was invalid caused bad blood between the family and the company, especially since the immediate payment of the $15 million Keyman policy gave Carolco one of its biggest quarters since the inception of the company. One of Jose's former employees in New York, who was close enough to the family to warrant having a limousine sent to take him from a suburb of New York to the funeral in Princeton, said to me, "The grandmother, did you talk to her? Did she tell you her theory? Did she tell you the company had Jose taken care of for the $15 million insurance policy?" Yay! A conspiracy theory has entered the chat. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I enjoy conspiracy theories as fiction so much. I don't even really care whether they're true or not. I really just enjoy them as sort of like modern day folklore that people invent. Like stories of the Jersey Devil. We have stories of the JFK assassination. I love it. Okay, so at least someone is on the conspiracy angle. Smart. The grandmother had not told me this, but it is a theory that the dwindling group of people who believe in the innocence of the Menendez boys cling to with passion. The same former employee continued, "Jose must have made a lot of money in California. I don't know where all that money came from that I've been hearing about and reading about." Wait, he must have made a lot of money. I don't know where it came from. From his job? What money? Does this all add up? Further bad feelings between the family and live entertainment have arisen over the house on Elm Drive, which, like the house in Calabasas, is heavily mortgaged, of course. Approximately $2 million is still owed on the Elm Drive house, with estimated payments of $225,000 a year, plus $40,000 a year in taxes and approximately $40,000 in maintenance. I wonder what the maintenance charges are exactly. $40,000 a year for what, mowing the lawn? You know you don't have a giant lawn in Beverly Hills, not with part of it being covered by like a swimming pool, part of it covered by a tennis court. In addition, the house in Calabasas has been on the market for some time and remains unsold. $1.5 million is still owed on it. Good Lord. Okay, so $2 million on the Beverly Hills property, $1.5 million on the Calabasas property. I don't know about the 13-acre building site. Plus, you have to pay taxes and upkeep on both properties. So in effect, the expenses on the two houses are approximately $500,000 a year, a staggering amount for the two sons to have dealt with before their arrest. During the meeting on the Tuesday after the murders, when the boys were told that the $5 million life insurance policy had not gone into effect, it was suggested that live entertainment might buy the house on Elm Drive from the estate, thereby removing the financial burden from the boys while the house was waiting to be resold. Furthermore, live entertainment was prepared to take less for the house than Jose had paid for it, knowing that houses where murders have taken place are hard sells, even in as inflated a real estate market as Beverly Hills. I feel like in today's culture and climate that if something like this occurred and the house went up on the market, excuse me, that someone would want to buy it and that they would either like rent it out as a sick Airbnb or that they would film in it and like ghost hunt or something weird like that. I feel like today people would jump on it and sort of try to leverage it for a money-making opportunity or something. It seems like it. Hold seances in it? I don't know. If I'm giving anyone a business idea or opportunity out there, you got to cut me in or I'm going to sue. I'm just saying. Pay me off now or I'll sue. I'm just kidding. Okay, back to the article. Ads have run in the real estate section of the Los Angeles Times for the Elm Drive house. Also, I would think someone would want to pick up these properties for a song. There's always someone willing to take advantage of an opportunity. Please, in New York, in Manhattan, you read the obituaries hoping to get a good available place, especially if it's rent controlled and you're renting. Okay, ads have run in the real estate section of the Los Angeles Times for the Elm Drive house. The asking price is $5.95 million. Surprisingly, a buyer did come along. The unidentified person offered only $4.5 million, a bargain for a house on that street, and the offer was hastily accepted. Later, however, the deal fell through. The purchaser was said to have been intimidated by the event that had occurred there and worried about the reaction neighborhood children would have to his own children for living in the house. That's weird. The arrangement for live entertainment to purchase the property from the estate failed to go into effect once the police investigation pointed more and more toward the boys, and so the estate has had to assume the immense cost of maintaining the properties. Recently, the Elm Drive house has been leased to a member of the Saudi royal family, not the same prince who rented it before, for $50,000 a month to allay expenses. Carolco, wishing to stifle rumors that live entertainment had mob connections because of its acquisition of companies like Strawberries, an audio-video retailing chain, from Morris Levy, who allegedly has Genovese crime family connections, and its bitter battle with Noel Bloom, hired the prestigious New York law firm of K. Scholler Fireman, or is it Fearman, Hayes and Handler, prestigious, to investigate the company for underworld ties. The 220-page report, which cynics in the industry mock as a whitewash, exonerated the company of any such involvement. Yeah, that's a whitewash. The report was read at a board meeting on March 8, and the conclusions made clear that the Beverly Hills police, in their investigation of the Menendez murders, were increasingly focusing on the sons, not the mob. An ironic bit of drama came at precisely that moment, when a vice president of the company burst in on the meeting with the news that Lyle Menendez had just been arrested. All right, 1 second. I'm just taking a moment to check something real quick. And let's advance on this very long article. This is what I meant about this could take a while. This could take a couple days to get through, all of these Dominick Dunne articles about the Menendez case, which I guess is still going on. I think the press conference has been happening, or was happening. I've been focusing on my stream, so I have not been focusing on... I'm seeing a live stream right now for anyone who is... maybe, I don't know. No one's watching this, I don't think, right now, but if anyone was double screening, is that a word, a term? I can see it's just before 2 p.m. in LA, and the live stream, I see everyone's just waiting. If you're curious, I don't know if I'm allowed to put this up simultaneously, but it just says AP LA prosecutors want Menendez brothers resentenced. There is an empty podium. Hey, movie of the week, do you know if it's kosher for me to put up the... I don't think I'm allowed to restream someone else's stream, but there is a live stream, which obviously is pool, footage, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe all of these news organizations have their own people there with their own cameras. Because I do see a bunch of camera people, but I don't know if there is a live stream that I could successfully put up. I would not play the audio, but I don't know if I can put up any video so that we could kind of keep an eye on this, but I'm keeping an eye on it here, and nothing is happening. The press conference has not yet begun. I don't know. It says 4:30. Oh wow, look at me! What timing? At absolutely did not realize that they would be making the announcement on the resentencing today. I just sort of lucked into this because I was just not sure fair use. Fair use, it's difficult when it's someone's like stream, and if it's a live stream, it can be pulled down. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much of this is like, oh, it's like pool footage, so it would be okay to show it. I even thought, could I put the window and kind of have it like half showing so that you could kind of see what was going on, but not the full frame. But I'm not trying to steal someone's like copyrighted material. I'm just trying to, show what's going on. But again, I'm not trying to steal. I'm not trying to cause problems. But anyway, it says 4:30 Eastern time. I'm on Eastern time myself, and obviously LA is Pacific time. So we're still a while away. I guess this is a good way to possibly kill some time until the resentencing. So I will keep reading, although I'm going to take a brief break. Oh, I'll give it another couple minutes. It's almost 5 o'clock, but that would be great. I don't know, movie of the week, if you could help me out with this so I can keep reading. But if there's any way that I could put up a little live streamy thingy while I take my break, which will not be long. But if you are listening, this is French Dip Empire, and I am the Empress, and we today are reading over Dominick Dunne's Menendez brothers trial coverage articles for Vanity Fair magazine, while the Menendez brothers, the LA prosecutor's press conference is awaited by many people, as I'm watching a live stream right now of an empty podium and a lot of people sitting around waiting, and boy, they are not going to be too comfortable. There are people sitting on the floor. I am sitting on my throne, so I am pretty comfortable, but I do need a refill of tea. So I'm going to read a little more of the article, and yeah, I guess we're having a press conference party here. So back to this article, which, again, this is from October of 1990, issue of Vanity Fair magazine from that time. And in October of 1990, the Menendez brothers had not even gone on trial yet. They were, I guess they had been charged. They'd been arrested and charged, but the trial had not yet begun. So there's a lot of speculation, a lot of rumors in this article. So continuing with the article. Concurrently, in another less fashionable area of the city, known as Carthay Circle, an attractive 37-year-old woman named Judalon Rose Smith, pronounced Smith because it's spelled S-M-Y-T-H, so it's Smith, not Smythe, was living out her own drama in a complicated love affair with a married man who she says had told her he was divorcing his wife. Now I remember this woman's name. Okay. Judalon Smith's lover was a Beverly Hills psychologist named Jerome Oziel, whom she called Jerry. Dr. Oziel was the same Dr. Oziel whom Kitty Menendez's psychologist, Les Summerfield, had recommended to her a year earlier as the doctor for her troubled son, after the judge in the burglary case in Calabasas had ruled that Erik must have counseling while he was on probation. During that brief period of court-ordered therapy, Jerome Oziel had met the entire Menendez family. Judalon Smith, however, was as unknown to Lyle and Erik as they were to her, and yet, 7 months from the time of the double murder, she would be responsible for their arrest on the charge of killing their parents. And it is just about 5 o'clock. So I'm going to take my break. I am going to be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to refresh, maybe a little longer. I'm going to refresh my tea and take a little stretch. And then when we come back from the break, we're going to get back into this article, Dominick Dunne's article from October 1990 about the Menendez brothers. And I will be back in just a moment, or just a few minutes. And here we go. And look at that. While I'm away on my break, they start the press conference about the Menendez brothers. I guess they started late. I was confused about what time it was supposed to start. Not that I was going to be streaming it, but I'm watching now on a live stream that I don't want to get in trouble by restreaming. But all it says is LADA recommends Menendez brothers should be resentenced. And I guess that's not a surprise that George Gascon is saying they want a resentencing. Okay. As you probably already know, the Menendez brothers they got life sentences in 1996. So, they've got a bunch of people out there. I guess these are probably the Menendez family members. I was getting my fresh cup of Earl Grey tea while the press conference started. So this is not surprising now, is it? I think this was totally expected. And the news channel that I'm watching has a little bit of a split screen. They have the press conference going on in one window, and then they have old footage from the trial of the Menendez brothers, showing them in court back in the 90s. So not very exciting. I guess this is completely expected. So there you go. Now, moving back to the article that we left off. Reading, this is an article from Vanity Fair magazine that was published in October 1990, which was after the Menendez brothers had been arrested, but before their trial, had started. And I'm going to bring it up on screen. This is the article that we've been reading, and it is entitled Nightmare on Elm Drive, not Elm Street, which is appropriate for the almost Halloween season. And yes, it was Nightmare on Elm Drive, published October 1990. And thank you. And we left off that Lyle Menendez had just been arrested. So, excuse me. This is Dominick Dunne speaking in Vanity Fair. Concurrently, in another less... Oh, okay. We read this. Had been... Oh, here, hold on. I'm trying to get... Okay, she would be responsible. All right, so we had introduced Judalon Smith, who was the girlfriend of Dr. Jerome Oziel, who was the shrink to Erik Menendez, because Erik got in trouble for some burglary that he and his brother had committed. The father convinced him to take the fall for the older brother because he was underage, and you can generally restream if you comment over it. That is True Movie of the Week, but you can also get your channel flagged or pulled down. Your stream can get if they have copyright on it, it will flag it immediately, and it will cancel. It will kill my stream. So I'm not going to take the chance. Also, they are saying absolutely nothing. Gascon apparently just wanted some screen time and attention, and as it said, now it says final decision on Menendez brothers will be made by judge. Well, of course, that's how that goes. I mean, unless the governor wanted to commute their sentences or something, or if they got a presidential pardon from, the actual president of the United States. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Newsom wants to get involved in this, and I can't imagine that any president of the United States would want to get involved with pardoning the Menendez brothers. That's a weird one, but anyway, this is just basically, I don't know, the LADA's office wanted some wanted some screen time. I can only imagine they just wanted some attention, because they are saying absolutely nothing. They want resentencing for the Menendez brothers. I was pretty sure he'd already said this, so I don't really know why they're bothering to have a big whoop-de-doo press conference when they're saying nothing other than, hey, we're recommending resentencing. A judge is going to have to rule on it, and therefore nothing. Nothing is happening. Nothing has actually happened. So now that movie of the week says that would be bad. If you're suggesting a sitting politician getting involved in trying to pardon the Menendez brothers, yes, that would probably be a bad look for most politicians. But if you're the DA and you're looking to maybe take a higher office, it might be the kind of thing that you could, well, leverage for, as I said, airtime, name recognition. Now Gascon is nationally known, If you didn't know George Gascon before, you might know him now. And depending on how you feel about criminal justice and reform and child abuse and murder and all of that, you either think that it is a great thing that the Menendez brothers might be released from prison, or you might think it is a horrendous miscarriage of justice. Make your choice. It's really up to the listener. I don't know. They admitted to murdering their parents. If you think that alleged abuse is good enough reason to do that, okay. If not, okay. That's the way it goes. So, back to this article from October 1990 by Dominick Dunne in Vanity Fair. All right, continuing. I'll just reread the last paragraph. Concurrently, in another, less fashionable area of the city known as Carthay Circle, an attractive 37-year-old woman named Judelon Rose Smith, pronounced Smith, was living out her own drama in a complicated love affair with a married man who she says had told her he was divorcing his wife. That's what they all say, Jude. Judelon Smith's lover was a Beverly Hills psychologist named Jerome Oziel, whom she called Jerry. Dr. Oziel was the same Dr. Oziel whom Kitty Menendez's psychologist, Les Summerfield, had recommended to her a year earlier as the doctor for her troubled son, after the judge in the burglary case in Calabasas had ruled that Erik must have counseling while he was on probation. That was a long sentence. During that brief period of court-ordered therapy, Jerome Oziel had met the entire Menendez family. Judelon Smith, however, was as unknown to Lyle and Erik as they were to her, and yet, 7 months from the time of the double murder, she would be responsible for their arrest on the charge of killing their parents. On March 8, Lyle Menendez was flagged down by more than a dozen heavily armed Beverly Hills policemen as he was leaving the house on Elm Drive in his brother's Jeep Wrangler, accompanied by his former Princeton classmate, Glenn Stevens. Lyle was made to lie on the street in full view of his neighbors. Oh no, the horror! While the police, with drawn guns, manacled his hands behind his back before taking him to the police station to book him for suspicion of murder. The arrest came as a complete surprise to Lyle, who had been playing chess, a game at which he excelled, until 2 the night before at the home of a friend in Beverly Hills. 3 days earlier, Judelon Smith had contacted the police in Beverly Hills and told them of the existence of audio tapes in the Bedford Drive office of Dr. Oziel, on which the Menendez brothers had allegedly confessed to the murders of their parents. She also told the police that the brothers had threatened to kill Oziel if he reported them. Lastly, well, I would think that would they not be covered by I guess it's not attorney-client privilege, but doctor-client privilege. I suppose if they're going to commit a heinous murder like that, you are not required by law to maintain privacy. I don't even think HIPAA requires a shrink to keep that kind of a thing. If there's a threat to another human being's life or limb, I think they are kind of required to say something about it, that the shrink's privilege doesn't exist in those circumstances. Even back then, I don't think that was the case, and I don't think it's the case now. However, I would think that if you had a client who confessed to you, or both of them who had confessed that they had murdered their parents, and then they threatened you, I can't understand why the doctor would not have taken that to the cops himself, and why he wouldn't have said that at the time. I would think that the tapes themselves would be a pretty powerful bit of evidence to prove that, these little jerks are threatening you. They're at least guilty of that, and, maybe more. I'm not sure why it took the girlfriend. Movie of the Week says, no, they get an out if there's a threat to life. Yes, doctors, shrinks, what have you, they do not have to abide by client privilege if there is a threat to life. Okay, so back to the article. Lastly, she told them that the two 12-gauge shotguns had been purchased at a sporting goods store in San Diego. All of this information was unknown to the Beverly Hills police after 7 months of investigation. They obtained a subpoena to search all of Oziel's locations. The tapes were found in a safe deposit box in a bank on Ventura Boulevard. Okay, so how did they okay, the sporting goods store, did they pay in cash? How did they have a record that the guns were bought? How did she know all of this? First of all, I'm not clear why one or either of the brothers would tell anyone this. Why would they tell the shrink? Why did they explain the plot and the details? That's stupid. It's either crazy or stupid or both, but it's definitely dumb. And why would she know this? I guess the doctor told her, but why would he tell her this, which would be perfect to tell the police, but then he doesn't tell the police? Why was he covering this up, including the threat to his own life? It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe the articles will continue. Maybe this will explain it. I don't know. It just seems odd. There's a lot odd about this case. Lyle's arrest was reported almost immediately to the local Los Angeles newscasts. Among those who heard the news was Noel Nedley. There's a Noel and a Noel. Noel Nedley, a tennis team friend from Beverly Hills High, who was Erik Menendez's roommate in a condominium that Erik was leasing for 6 months at the Marina City Club Towers, next to the condominium that his brother had leased with his girlfriend, Jamie Pizar. Now it says Pizarchik. I don't know how her name is supposed to be spelled. It's been spelled 2 different ways in this article. Excuse me. Why was the one Menendez brother rooming with a friend? Why wouldn't you live alone? That's weird. Okay. Erik was playing in a tennis tournament in Israel, where he had been for 2 weeks, accompanied by Mark Heffernan, his $50,000 a year tennis coach. By a curious coincidence, Erik happened to telephone Nedley at almost the same moment Nedley was listening to the report of Lyle's arrest on the radio. It was merely a routine checking up on everything call, and Nedley realized at once that Erik did not know about Lyle's arrest. He is reported to have said to Erik, "I hope you're sitting down." Then he said, "Lyle was just arrested." Wow, I'm surprised Erik even bothered to come home. Erik became hysterical. He was crying the whole 9 yards, said a friend of Nedley's who had heard the story from him. This friend went on to say that the immediate problem for Erik was to get out of Israel before he was arrested there. Accompanied by Heffernan, who was not aware of the seriousness of the situation, the two got on a plane without incident, bound for London. There they split up. I don't think I would go to London if I were worried about being arrested and extradited back to the United States. I think I would go someplace more exotic, more, less friendly to the, one that might not have an extradition treaty, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. But okay, London. There they split up. Heffernan returned to Los Angeles. Erik flew to Miami, where several members on the Menendez side of the family reside. An aunt advised him to return to Los Angeles and turn himself in. Erik notified police of his travel plans and gave himself up at Los Angeles International Airport, where he was taken into custody by 4 detectives. He was later booked at the Los Angeles County Men's Central Jail on suspicion of murder and held without bond. Okay, in the chat, Movie of the Week says, he certainly had the money to live alone. Well, yes and no. They had the money, I suppose, but they were millions in debt for their parents' estate, I suppose, was millions in debt, and that's their inheritance, so they inherited millions in debt. I'm not sure how much they actually inherited, considering what were Jose and Kitty worth outside of the millions of debt on the 2 properties that we know of. And of course, Dominick Dunne did not mention what happened to that 13-acre property. Did that sell? Did they not own it? Was it mortgaged? I mean, they seem to be, as they say, mortgaged to the hilt. And one might even say beyond that. So I don't really know what they were left with. That's what's confusing to me. I don't know how that works if you are if you inherit an estate and the estate has property, real estate, and there is debt, you owe money on the property, which of course you can sell, but it requires selling it. And clearly they would have had other money. I'm sure there was some life insurance, there was some property. But you're also the possible murderers of the people who you inherited from. But you're innocent until proven guilty, but you also have to pay for your defense, which isn't going to come cheap, even though I know at one point, I think Leslie Abramson did, I think, a retrial or an appeal, and I don't know if this is correct, but this is what I heard, that even though she is a private attorney and she was paid, privately by whichever Menendez brother, for the first trial, that the second trial, retrial, appeals, whatever it was, that she volunteered to be a public defender, and be paid by, I guess, the county through their, public defenders. Like, if you are accused of a crime and you cannot afford a private attorney, they appoint you a public defender and the taxpayers pay for that. That she would continue to be his attorney, but she would get paid as a public defender through the county, and that she did that, which is weird. It's not the usual thing for high-powered, high-priced attorneys, but that's what I have heard she did. Anyway, they did have to pay for their legal representation, and so they would have lost money for that, and obviously Leslie Abramson doesn't come cheap, and her colleague who defended the other brother would not come cheap. So the question is, how much money was really left? And I'm confused as to what. I haven't seen any accounting of that. Dominick Dunne isn't talking about it, so I don't really know. But I would just think, for privacy's sake, he wouldn't want to live with just some random school friend. Maybe if you have a girlfriend, yeah, sure, but you didn't want to live with your brother. I would think if anyone, you'd want to live with your brother if you have to split expenses. Obviously, the other brother wanted to live with his girlfriend. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. I don't think you tend to have a roommate if you don't need one. Want? Maybe. Need? Didn't need. Don't know why he wanted. Anyway, back to the article. Judalon Smith, so that's Oziel's girlfriend at the time, also told the Beverly Hills police that, at the request of Dr. Oziel, she had stood outside the door of his inner office and, unbeknownst to the Menendez brothers, listened to their confession and threats. She was to have called for help if any violence erupted. Now, this is another bizarre scenario. First of all, the doctor is asking his girlfriend to violate I keep saying I keep wanting to say attorney-client privilege, doctor-patient privilege, which of course is wrong and it's unethical, and he could have had his license revoked for that. And I probably could have been sued, but mostly the license would have been an issue. If he was so concerned about the Menendez brothers, why was he willing to have them come in and talk to him, other than to... Well, I don't know if it entrapped would quite be the word. Oh, okay, I'm seeing a tweet from Variety that Gascon's office wants to lower the Menendez's life sentence. Oh, sorry, from their sentence from life without the possibility of parole to, what was it, 50 years probation? I think that's what it said. They want to give them a lot of probation. So in other words, let them free, but if they get into any more trouble, they go to jail, go directly to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200. So, excuse me, that would be what DA Gascon is recommending in 2024 for the Menendez brothers. So, going back in time to October 1990 in this Vanity Fair article, and the weird Dr. Oziel, who, how did he know that the Menendez brothers would be coming in to confess? Why were both of the brothers coming in at the same time to threaten him? If he was making tapes, would he have not just been able to record them? I mean, yeah, having an eyewitness, or rather ear witness, I suppose, in his girlfriend would help him, but he never went to the police. So why this scenario? This is all really strange to me. I don't know if it just sounds strange, or if it is strange. I mean, well, the whole situation is odd. Okay, back to the article. Approximately a year before any of the above happened, Judalon Smith told me she telephoned Jerome Oziel's clinic, the Phobia Institute of Beverly Hills. What a great name. I feel like that's something out of a Don DeLillo novel, or maybe Tom Robbins. The Phobia Institute of Beverly Hills. Can you imagine what phobias you would present in Beverly Hills as opposed to other places? The sketch writes itself. Okay, the Phobia Institute of Beverly Hills. It also sounds like an album title, like a good album title, like a Lana Del Rey album title, maybe. Okay, after having heard a series of tapes called Through the Briar Patch, which had impressed her. She was then 36, had been married twice, and was desirous of having a relationship and a family, but she tended to choose the wrong kind of men who were controlling. The Briar Patch tapes, which she described to me as quick fix sort of stuff, not deep therapy, told her she could break the pattern of picking the wrong kind of men in 5 minutes. After talking with Dr. Oziel on the telephone, she decided that his sessions, which cost anywhere from $150 to $250 for 45-minute sessions, you don't even get a full hour? Come on, buddy, come on. Movie of the Week says, I'm severely Gautier phobic. Yes. Very tragic, very ab-fab tragic of you, Movie of the Week. Okay. So $150 to $250 for 45 minutes. She said they were too expensive for her. The most she could afford to pay was $60 a session. Oziel told her, I would be the best for you, but if you're not willing to pay that fee, I'll find you someone else. Oh, what a sleazy, manipulative jerk. I'd be the best, you know. Okay. She says he began telephoning her, and she found him very nice on the phone. She felt he seemed genuinely interested in her. Yeah, con men always do. He gave her 3 referrals to doctors in her price range, but she was never able to connect with any of them, I'm sure. Either they didn't return her calls or they were away. Yeah, and he knew that would happen, which is why he gave you those 3 numbers, honey. After Oziel's 3rd call, she sent him a tape of love poems she had written and called love, well, it's either love tears, like ones you cry, or love tears, like your heart being ripped apart. I'll let you decide if it's love tears or love tears. I guess it could be both at the same time. She also told him she was in the tape duplicating business. Ooh, she sketch, tape duplicating. What kind of tapes? VHS tapes? Sketchy VHS tapes? Like those video recording companies that we were talking about earlier? Okay. Tape duplicating. Legal tape duplicating? Like you're manufacturing VHS tapes for people who need to produce them for sale on the regular market? Or are you talking about sketchy tape duplicating? We don't know. I notice in this instance, Dominick Dunne isn't name dropping a company name, right? Okay, not specific. Notice when he's super specific and when he's vague. Tells you something. And it doesn't necessarily tell you he didn't know, but it tells you something. She found his calls were like therapy. Well, he's a shrink. Of course they are. Oh my goodness. And she began to tell him intimate things about herself, of course, like the fact that she had been going to a professional matchmaker she had seen on television. I mean, she might as well have been carrying around a blinking neon sign that said sucker or possibly gold digger. Anyway, Smith says that Oziel is a practitioner of Ericksonian hypnosis. Oh no, not a hypno bro, that's always sleazy. A form of hypnosis that can be used on more than one person. Mind control? Devised by a psychiatrist called Milton Erickson. Jim Jones used something similar. I swear I hadn't read ahead when I made the mind control joke. I really hadn't. Jim Jones, of Jonestown fame, used something similar. His word could hypnotize people. Well, that's not exactly how it works, but okay. Jim Jones, it should be recalled, talked 909 people into drinking poisoned Kool-Aid in Guyana in 1978. Fact check. It was Flavor Aid, I believe, not actually Kool-Aid, despite the saying. The meme is Kool-Aid, but hey, let's not slander the Kool-Aid man. The Kool-Aid man was not in Guyana in 1978. That was Flavor Aid. That's number one. Number two, talked 909 people into drinking poison. Well, not exactly. There were a lot of people that were forced at gunpoint and such. And the babies, they didn't choose to do it either. Not through not through mind control, not through anything. They were forced. It was not their choice. Anyway, the article goes on to say the method is called neuro-linguistic programming. Yes, NLP is not exactly hypnotism or mind control, but okay. Through vocal tones and key words, you can alter someone's state of consciousness and receptivity. You think you are awake, but your mind is receptive. Jerry tried to put it into my head that I loved him. Okay. Smith says Oziel would call her. The NLP is like one of those things that those like Riz masters try to use, the pickup artist guy, those guys that write those books about how, hey, you might be a guy who can't get a chick to talk to him or even look at him, but here, these little tips and tricks will make it. Look, anybody that's trying to sell you a system, they're trying to sell you. Con men. And if you could be a good con man, yeah, you can have success with, whoever you can eventually develop success in sales, in dating, men, women, doesn't matter. But, it's not like a movie, hypnotism. Ooh, I control your mind. No, people are going along with it. You're finding vulnerable people who want to believe. Remember, this woman told him outright, I'm connecting with you because I'm listening to your self-help tapes. What does that tell you? A, this person wants some help. They think there's something wrong with them. They're looking for help. And they're gullible because they're going by a self-help tape. And even this woman says, it wasn't serious therapy. It was 5-minute fix, quick fix stuff. Then why are you falling for it, honey? Why do you keep talking to this man? I'm a con man. Here, I'm going to help you. Okay. He told you. He told you at the beginning. Anyway. Okay. He tried to put it into her head that she loved him. Smith says Oziel would call her at 8 p.m., and some of the calls would go on until midnight. He made her feel that he was what she needed. Oh, that's called love bombing. And you know, some people, if they were in love, they would enjoy talking to their significant other for 4 hours all night. Oh, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You first. No, you. You know, that kind of nonsense. Anyway, although these people feel a little bit old to be doing that, a little bit long in the tooth, but, you know, I guess hope, love, and foolishness all spring eternal. Okay, so I was falling in love over the phone, she said. You don't think someone's married when he calls you from home at night? Lady, please. You don't... Whatever. This woman is silly. She asked him if he had ever been in love. He said, only once, a long time ago. Finally, she asked, are you married? He replied, not really. What does that mean? I'm going through a divorce. He came to, well, okay, that's a trigger. That's a red flag. Have you ever been in love? Only once, a long time ago. But he's going through a divorce. Well, how long has he been married? Because was he ever in love with the wife? I'd want to know. But anyway, he came to her house with 2 enormous bouquets. The minute I opened the door, I was relieved, she said. I wasn't attracted to him. He was shorter than me. Oh, no. She doesn't date manlets. Blonde. Wait, is there something wrong with blonde now? Balding. Oh, no. With a round face. Oh, good heavens, a round face. How terrible. How awful. She told me she was attracted to men who look like the actor Ken Wall. Wow, that shows you how dated this article is. Does anyone even remember Ken Wall? No offense, Ken. I do, but, you know. Or Tom Cruise. Well, hey, we should have introduced her to Craig Signorelli. He supposedly looks like Tom Cruise. Remember? Tom Cruise, there you go. Yeah, anyone remember? There you go. There, Tom Cruise. He's not blonde. He's not balding. Well, does anyone remember Ken Wall? What was that show called? What was your show, Ken Wall? I can't remember, but I remember your face. There you go. Looking, well, kind of Tom Cruise-y. There you go. That's Ken Wall. She likes guys that look like Ken Wall or Tom Cruise. And what did Jerome Oziel look like? Let's see. Jerome Oziel. Okay. That's him. That's not Tom Cruise. I guess it's the guy on the right. And I suppose this is an actor portraying him in the show Monsters. The Ryan Murphy show, which I have not been watching. This guy, as opposed to Ken Wall or Tom Cruise. Yeah, that's different. Balding. Oh, she's mean. Is that the girlfriend? I wonder if that's the girlfriend. Wait, did they say she was blonde? I don't know. Is that her? I want to know if that's her. Judging it. Oh, that's her. That's her, and she's judging him. Oh, honey, get off your high horse. Oh, goodness, honey. Can we see this? Better known as Cheesehead Movie of the Week. Can you see this? This on the right. So this is Judalon Smith, and this on the left is Jerome Oziel, and she thinks that that's okay. I don't know. I'm not a judge. Maybe I shouldn't judge women, but considering the circumstances, I think she's being a little harsh. I'm not saying she couldn't do better than Jerome Oziel, but I don't know that she was going to be able to do Ken Wall, Tom Cruise. And I'm not attracted to any of these people, quite frankly, but All right. Oziel was 42 at the time. He kept trying to get physical right away. Shocker, you invited him to your house. I said, look, you're not my type. I'm not attracted to you. He said he just wanted a hug. Oh no! Oh God! And he's going to press up against you. Don't let him. A 42-year-old guy, and he's doing this. Ew, at 42, he's pulling these tricks. Oh gosh. I want to say it's super pathetic for him, because it totally is. But it's way more pathetic that she went along with this. She went with him. She dated him. Okay. I said, just because you know all this intimate stuff about me doesn't mean ... Okay, she totally did him on the first date. That was a date, I guess. On the second date, I like how we've gone into this complete, like, just trashy side quest of the Oziel Smith. Like, this is just gossipy and has almost nothing to do with the Menendez brothers. I'm loving it, but Movie of the Week says that's a hard-looking couple. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, on the second date, according to Smith, there was a second date. These are not young people. He's 42, and what did they say she was? 35, 37, 36? These are not young people. Why are they acting like this? Okay, crazy. On the second date, according to Smith, Oziel said that his wife was getting a divorce, but that she was still living in the house. Then he started calling Smith every 45 minutes between his therapy sessions with patients. Her friends thought he was programming her. She says he threatened to remove himself from her life if they didn't have, if they didn't do the deed. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on YouTube. Well, you're not attracted to him, and he's demanding that you do something that should require you to be attracted to him. I think there's an easy way to solve this problem. NO. And that's it. Finally, I gave in. Lady, don't. It was the worst S I ever had in my life. I bet. To have good S, you either have to be in love or in lust. I wasn't either. It was also awful the second time. Oh, why was there a second time? Why? I don't know why she's doing it, and I would really like an answer. Why? The third time was better. I broke off with him 4 or 5 times between September and October. Then Erik Menendez came. Okay. Although Dr. Oziel had not seen any members of the Menendez family since Erik's counseling had ended, when news of the murders was announced in August 1989, according to Smith, he became consumed with excitement at his proximity to the tragedy. That's believable. Judalon Smith says that Erik had never actually completed the hours ordered by the court, and no one checked up on it? But the doctor signed him off as if he had, of course, and the family paid, of course. It was basically a business deal, said Smith. Like you dating him? Yeah, that's me being judgy. However, after hearing about the double murder, Oziel became totally obsessed with the story, according to Smith, and told her that the Menendez were the perfect family, the picture of happiness. Right away, he called the boys and offered his help. Well, they weren't the perfect family, and they weren't the picture of happiness. So what's going on in his little head? Pardon me. Movie of the Week in the chat says, this lady can really pick 'em. Yeah, she certainly can. It's just so nasty. And again, I don't understand. Why is she going along with this? She's not offering up an answer, but why is Dominick Dunne not asking the question? You have to ask. He's a writer. He's a journalist. He should want to know. Okay. So Oziel, he went to the house on Elm Drive and to the memorial service at the Directors Guild. I didn't realize shrinks could be ambulance chasers too, but of course they can. Even though, and to the memorial service at the Directors Guild, even though his relationship with the family had been minimal. He interjected himself into their lives, said Smith. At the time, the boys were hiding out in hotels, saying they thought the mafia was after them. Jerry would go to where the boys were. He was advising them about attorneys for the will, etc. He had an "I'll be your father" attitude. In fact, Jerry and Jose were very much alike, very controlling, very domineering. At the end of October, Smith told me, Oziel got a call from Erik. Oh, that's a typo again. Look, it says Cal, not call. From Erik, who said he needed to talk with him. When Oziel hung up the telephone, he said to Smith that he hoped it wasn't what he feared it was going to be. That was the first time Jerry indicated that he thought the boys had done it, said Smith. As a safety precaution, in case something went wrong, Oziel asked Smith to come to the office after Erik arrived, pretending she was the next patient. Erik came at 4 on the afternoon of Halloween, October 31, to the office at 435 North Bedford Drive. There was a small waiting room outside the office, with a table for magazines and several places to sit, but there is no receptionist. An arriving patient pushes a button with the name of the doctor he is there to see, and a light goes on in the inner office to let the doctor know that his next patient has arrived. Off the waiting room is a doorway that opens into a small inner hallway, off which are 3 small offices. Oziel shares the space with several other doctors, one of them his wife, Dr. Laurel Oziel, the mother of his 2 daughters. But the doctors arrange their hours so as not to overlap, because the walls between the consultation rooms are extremely thin and voices can be heard from room to room. Why, as a therapist, would you ever have that arrangement? Why, as a patient, would you ever go to that doctor? And Jerome and Laurel Oziel are sharing both their marital home and their professional office space. That's gotta, and they're co-parenting 2 children. That's gotta make the divorce a little awkward. A little awkward. And note, he is sharing his creepy spying on your potentially criminal clients with his mistress, who has no legal obligation to keep secrets with him, as opposed to his legal wife, who could not be compelled to testify against him and might be willing to help keep his secrets. It's just an odd choice. So anyway, and if you think your ex-wife, yeah, I get it. You might not trust your ex-wife because she might be vindictive, but the fact that they share children could potentially create a situation where she might want to care about her children's father more than she wants to punish her ex. But, there are no guarantees in life, and people don't often make choices like that, so who knows? Back to the article. Once there, Erik did not want to talk in the office. Smart! So he and Oziel went for a walk. On the walk, according to Smith, Erik confessed that he and his brother had killed their parents, and I assume she only got that as hearsay through Oziel because she presumably could not have overheard that. She could not have eavesdropped on that on her own. Okay. Lyle, who was at the Elm Drive house at the time, did not know that Erik was seeing Oziel for that purpose. Lyle did not know either that Erik had apparently also confessed to his good friend Craig Signorelli, with whom he had written the screenplay called Friends. When Smith arrived at the office, Erik and Oziel had returned from their walk and were in the inner office. She pushed Oziel's button to let him know she was there. According to Smith, Oziel wanted Erik to tell Lyle that he had confessed to him. Erik did not want to do that. He said that he and Lyle were soon going to the Caribbean to get rid of the guns, put them into suitcases, and dump the bags in the Caribbean. On the night of the murders, the boys had hidden the 2 shotguns in the trunk of one of their parents' cars in the garage. The police had searched only the cars in the courtyard in the front of the house, not the cars in the garage. Subsequently, the boys had buried the guns on Mulholland Drive. And no one saw them? Okay. Smith says Dr. Oziel convinced Erik that the boys would certainly be caught if they were carrying guns in their luggage. He also persuaded him to call Lyle and ask him to come to the office immediately. Okay, why is Oziel managing the brothers? He supposedly is aware of a confession, and he's aware of murder weapons that are about to be disposed of. He was super excited to get close to the case, to involve himself with the brothers. Now, with this information, he could presumably go to the police and be a hero. The guy who got the perps busted, got the murder weapons found, the smoking guns, literally. Why would he help them cover it up? Why would he tell them how to improve upon their plan? That's so odd. He was never charged with anything? This is all so odd. Nobody acts. No one seems to behave the way almost no one seems to behave the way a normal human being would behave under any circumstances, bizarre or normal circumstances. Is it just me? Apparently so. Okay, back to the article. It took 10 minutes for Lyle to get to the office from the house on Elm Drive. Smith says he did not know before he got there that Erik had confessed. When he walked into the waiting room, he picked up a magazine and chatted briefly with Smith, assuming that she was another patient. "Been waiting long?" he asked her. He also pushed the button to indicate to Oziel that he had arrived. Oziel came out and asked Lyle to come in. When Lyle had passed him, Smith says, Oziel indicated to her with a gesture that the door from the waiting room to the inner hallway was unlocked. In case anything went wrong, she would have access to the telephone to call for help. I mean, but they're confessed murderers. They were willing to murder their own parents. Why would you want to be alone in a room? I don't think I would say, hey, lady or girlfriend, whatever, you're down the hall in another room, but you could call for help if something goes wrong with these crazed murderers. Cold-blooded murderers. Again, doesn't seem to make sense to me, but okay. Listening through the door to the doctor's meeting with the boys, Smith says she heard Lyle become furious with Erik for having confessed. She told me he made threats to Oziel that they were going to kill him. I never thought I believed in evil, but when I heard those boys speak, I did, she said. The particulars of the murders she is not allowed to discuss because of an agreement with the Beverly Hills police, but occasionally, in our conversation, things would creep in. They did go to the theater to buy the tickets, she said one time. Or, the mother kept moving, which is why she was hit more. Or, if they just killed the father, the mother would have inherited the money, so they had to kill her too. Or, Lyle said he thought he committed the perfect murder, that his father would have had to congratulate him. For once, he couldn't put him down. Well, Dad might not have put him down, but he put Dad down, didn't he? Ba-dum-bum. All right. Frightened that she might be caught listening if the boys came out of the office, Smith went back to the waiting room. Almost immediately, the door opened. Erik came running out crying. Then Lyle and Jerry came out. At the elevator, I heard Lyle threaten Jerry again. Erik had already gone down. Lyle and Jerry followed. From a window in the office, Smith could see Lyle and Oziel talking to Erik, who was in his Jeep on Bedford Drive. Why were they so willing to have this scene in front of this strange woman who, as far as the Menendez brothers would be concerned, is just this random patient who's overseeing or who's seeing all this and overhearing all this, drama. And they already knew, or at least Erik seemingly already knew, that you could hear things because if he was already a patient, if he didn't complete the hours, but if he had already seen Dr. Oziel, he knew that the walls were thin. So when he wanted to confess, he said, let's take a walk, so they could obviously have privacy from anyone that you could not see who would be, outside the office, but you can't see through the office walls, so you wouldn't necessarily know if anyone was there and could hear. But in public, obviously, Erik would be able to see if anyone was near enough to them to overhear them. Also, it would kind of negate the doctor's issue with, oh no, if there's violence, I want you to be there, Judalon, the lady, so that you can, call for help or whatever. But if you're in public, that's about as safe as you can be. So Erik was actually taking Dr. Oziel into a place of greater safety for the doctor, theoretically. And yeah, it doesn't sound as though he was full of evil intent and threats. It seems as though Erik confessed and was confessing. That sounds like at least some form of guilt. And Lyle seems to be the one to be okay with it and trying to clamp everything down. They both, Lyle and Dr. Oziel, seem to be managing Erik, who they seem to feel, he's going to break. He's going to out them. That's what it sounds like. And Lyle, did he not realize that the walls were paper thin, that he was willing to do this, confrontation in a place where people could have been coming in and they wouldn't have been able, in the private office, they would not have been able to see if anyone else was in the waiting room, the hallway, or any of the other offices. Perhaps they would have heard if the walls were thin enough, but if they're arguing and having, a heated argument, then, you wouldn't necessarily hear other people's quieter noise over your louder noise. I also wonder why this woman, if she thought Oziel was so scared of the brothers that they were, murderers and could get violent, that she was so willing to be in the hallway listening, eavesdropping at the door, because if people are having a heated argument, a door could fly open instantly and you could be exposed pretty quickly. And I would think you would not want to take that chance. But anyway, going back to the article. When Oziel returned to the office, according to Smith, he called several people connected with the Board of Ethics, as well as some lawyers, to see what his position was in terms of therapist-patient confidentiality. With Smith listening, he presented the case of what he had just heard from the Menendez brothers in a hypothetical manner, without using names. Smith said he was told by each person he called that since he was threatened, he was not bound by the rules of confidentiality, which we discussed earlier. And if you're just joining us, or if you've just managed to come onto the stream randomly in the middle of it as a recording, you are listening to French Dip Empire. I am the Empress, and currently we are in the first part of a series of articles on the Menendez trial that was written by the late writer Dominick Dunne for Vanity Fair magazine. There are 5 articles. We are currently in the middle of the first article, and these articles range in date from 1990, that's 1990, all the way to 1996, so very, very, very long ago. And we are reading these as they happen. This is in order as the information was coming out. And the point at which this article was released, published, The brothers had been arrested and charged, but the trial had not yet started. And so, getting back to the article, according to Smith, that's Dr. Oziel's girlfriend again, Erik knew, or mistress really, Erik knew from his period of therapy with Oziel after the burglaries where the doctor lived in Sherman Oaks, a suburb of Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley. Fearing the boys might come after him, Oziel called his wife and told her to get the children and move out of the house. Laurel and the kids went to stay with friends, said Smith. Oziel then moved into Smith's apartment, the ground floor of a two-family house in the Carthay Circle area of Los Angeles. I don't think I would want this guy moving in with me. I mean, they know him, and now they've both seen your face. What are you doing, lady? What are you doing? Okay. On the day after the boys confessed, Smith says, Oziel warned her in a threatening manner not to tell anyone what she had heard. That would make me want to instantly go to the police, which I think I would already be at that point, maybe. Or at least I would want to move. I would change my name. I would lose my phone number. I would forget Oziel ever existed or the Menendez brothers. I would be gone. Forget it. I don't want to be involved. But anyway, you could drop a dime anonymously. Guess what? Here's what's up with the Menendez brothers and their doctor. And then disappear. Okay. Okay, so she has her own business, an audio-video duplicating service called, oh, here we go, Judalon Sound and Light. That sounds self-employed. In the Fairfax section of Los Angeles, behind her shop in which she also sells crystals, quartz, and greeting cards, there is a small office which she rents to two friends, Bruce and Grant, who also have a video duplicating service. Bruce and Grant, who rent a small office behind her crystals and greeting card shop, where she also does AV duplicating. Are we thinking people's wedding videos? Are we thinking, your kid's high school graduation on VHS that you want to share with every member of the family who couldn't be there or maybe even could? I'm still, not to slander any of these people, I don't know them. I'm sure they're all above board. It's many, many decades since. It's 3.5 decades, I think, since. So no legal implications, but this sounds very sketchy to me. Movie of the Week says, that is an odd diversification of business. Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay, back to the article. As self-protection, she told them that the Menendez boys had killed their parents. Oziel says don't tell anyone. She immediately tells Bruce and Grant, of course. She also told her mother and father and her best friend Donna. Okay. Smith claims that Oziel used the boys as a way of moving into her house and taking over her life. That's the important part of all of this, It's not the two dead people. It's not the issue of justice. It's not the ethical violations. It's not the moral and the immorality and a lack of ethics. It's that this lady let this jerk manipulate her. That's the big takeaway. She's bad at picking men, and she knew that. And she did it again. And somehow it's all his fault. And this is the worst part of the story. This lady really takes the cake. I wonder what she's up to nowadays. I wonder what he's up to nowadays. Okay, so he, meaning Dr. Oziel, bought a shotgun. And brought it there for protection. He also bought a shotgun for his wife. Did he get them at a Big Five in San Diego? Where did he buy these guns? Did he buy them from the brothers? I'm just kidding. I mean, they're saying he's afraid of the brothers, but it's just weird. Okay. Smith said she asked him, "Why don't we call the police?" Which is maybe the most sensible thought this woman has had in her entire life up until this point. Oziel replied that the boys owned the police. I will repeat that line. Oziel replied that the boys owned the police. With what money? With what money? They're all in debt, and they're blowing their money on Rolexes and cars and stuff. What money? Well, I guess they could have been taking cash out that, they had access to and bribing the police, sure. But if you thought that these two murderers who had threatened you own the police, wouldn't you get out of town? I wouldn't want to be anywhere near any place that they could control. That's crazy if you thought that for real. This is all like a script that you would reject because no one would believe that everyone in this story, every time they get to make a choice, they make like the worst possible choice. It's like, here's a good choice, here's a mid choice, here's the worst possible choice. I'll take that one, thank you. Oh my goodness. Movie of the week says in the chat, "Own the police, WTF." Yeah, I hadn't heard this. I mean, I know I read this article back in the day because I used to love Vanity Fair, the Dominick Dunne's articles for Vanity Fair. I don't remember this. I wasn't that into the Menendez brothers then. I'm not really that into them now, but this is interesting. This is fascinating. And these are the guys they want to let out. Okay, I mean, maybe, let's see. Why don't we call the police? Oziel replied that the boys owned the police. Then he set up another meeting with the boys. Again, what's the last thing you'd want to do? That. Okay. He told them on the second visit that everything they had told him was taped. He told them that copies of the tapes were in a safe deposit box and also sealed in a lawyer's office, but that they would never be played unless something happened to him. According to Smith, the original confession on October 31 was not taped. What was taped was Oziel's documentation of everything that happened in that session and subsequent sessions with the boys, giving times and dates, telling about the confession and the threat on his life, a log of what was happening during the time his life was in danger. Smith further contends that, as time went on, the relationship between the doctor and the boys grew more stable, and the doctor no longer felt threatened. Well, that's also odd because I would think, legally, the tapes would not necessarily mean much because unless they were tapes that were made contemporaneously with the visits, with the boys, with their boys, the guys, the brothers, their sessions, it could have all been retconned. He could have just sat there and made anything up. I mean, he could have done that at the time. If he had notes that were written like in a journal, like I am a therapist. I meet with my clients. I have a notebook or I have a file system, and I make my notes for each client as we have our sessions, or at the end of the day after the sessions, I make up my I write down my notes, I file them away in a file, or you have a book, or nowadays you have your computers, you do it online, or not online, I mean on a computer, and not on paper but on a machine. And if you were doing that at the time, like when you see a physician, a regular medical doctor, and they give, they have records, they have your file, they make notes of what tests they do, what they ask you questions, you give answers, they write things down. If he was doing it at the time, I would think that would be easy to tell, and it would be, legally worth something. But if you're saying, oh, after the fact, I sat down and I just said all of this stuff. Oh, on Thursday the 12th, he said this. On Wednesday the 19th, they said that. You could be making that all up. How would anyone know? How could you prove it? You kind of couldn't. I mean, a lot of this stuff, what Judelon Smith is saying, what Oziel allegedly said, seems like you could make this stuff up. It's all very odd. Okay, I really want to know now what happened in the trial. I guess we'll find out as Dominick Dunne continues to write about it. This is just Article 1. Okay, continuing with the article. She said that Oziel convinced the boys he was their ally, that if they were arrested, he would be their only ally. He was the only one who knew they were abused children, who knew how horrible their home life was. Wait, didn't she just say that Oziel had told her that they were the perfect family and the picture of happiness? Well, how does that line up with this? I don't get it. Okay. He was the only one who knew they were abused children, who knew how horrible their home life was, who knew that Jose was a monster father, who knew that Kitty was an abused wife. He convinced them that if they had any hope of ever getting off, they needed him. Meanwhile, and what does he get out of it? Fame? Money? Weird. Meanwhile, the personal relationship between Smith and Oziel deteriorated. At one point, she says, he had her hospitalized, claiming she had attempted self-deletion, then had her released into his custody. How does he have that power? Yes, I get it. He's a shrink, but who does he own? Then he moved her into his own house with his wife and children. Uh-oh. And the wife is putting up with this. The wife is totally cool with this. According to Smith, he told her, I'll make you out to be a total lunatic. I'll make it look like Fatal Attraction. Why can't you just break up? Why can't you just move on? What? None of this makes any sense. Movie of the week, does any of this make any sense? All of these people seem, I'm going on a limb here, a little wacky. These people all seem a little off. In a lawsuit filed in the Superior Court of the State of California by Judelon Rose Smith against L. Jerome Oziel, Ph.D. Wait, he's not an M.D.? I thought he was a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist is an M.D. A psychologist is a Ph.D. So he wasn't an actual medical doctor? He wasn't a shrink? He was just a therapist? Okay, I guess I had that wrong. Okay, on May 31, 3 months after the arrest of the Menendez brothers, it is charged that while Smith was receiving psychiatric and psychological counseling from defendant Oziel, he improperly maintained Smith on large dosages of drugs. Well, that would have to be an MD. PhDs can't prescribe drugs. And during said time periods, manipulated and took advantage of Smith, controlled Smith, and limited Smith's ability to care for herself, creating a belief in Smith that she could not handle her affairs without the guidance of Oziel, and convincing Smith that no other therapist could provide the insight and benefit to her life that Oziel could. Ah, you've been charged with gaslighting. Movie of the week says, wacky indeed. Okay, back to the article. In the second cause of action in the suit, Smith charges that on February 16, 1990, defendant Oziel placed his hands around her throat, attempting to choke her, and pulled her hair with great force. Subsequently, on the same day, defendant Oziel forced Smith to engage in an act of forcible and unconsented, the deed, which consensually would be S, unconsensually would be R. So she's accusing him of R. Approximately 3 weeks after the alleged attack, Smith contacted the police in Beverly Hills to inform them about the confession she said the Menendez brothers had made to Oziel. Okay. Oziel's lawyer, Bradley Brunnen, I'll say Brunnen, called Smith's allegations completely untrue and characterized her behavior as an unfortunate real-life enactment of the scenario in Fatal Attraction. She has twisted reality to the point where it is unrecognizable. Like the Menendez parents. The boys are adorable. They're like 2 foundlings. You want to take them home with you, said the defense attorney, Leslie Abramson, who's selling it like nobody's business, who has saved a dozen people from death row. She was talking about the Menendez brothers. Leslie Abramson is Erik's lawyer. Gerald Chalef is Lyle's. Leslie will fight to the grave for her clients. I heard from reporters in Los Angeles who have followed her career. When there is a murder rap, Leslie is the best in town. Abramson and Chalef have worked together before. We're 50-50, but she's in charge, Chalef said in an interview. They like each other and are friends in private life. Abramson met her present husband, Tim Rutten, an editorial writer for the Los Angeles Times. Well, that's a convenient partner to have. At a dinner party at Chalef's home. That works both ways, actually. During the arraignment in the Beverly Hills courthouse, I was struck by the glamour of the young Menendez brothers, whom I was seeing face to face for the first time. They entered the courtroom, heads held high, like leading actors in a television series. They walked like colts. What a description. Like colts? Like horses? Their clothes, if not by Armani himself, were by a designer heavily influenced by Armani. Oh, really, Dominic? You couldn't recognize that season's Armani? Please. Okay, I'm just kidding. Were they second-rate clothes, Dominic? If you were here earlier, you would remember Dominick Dunne's dig at the Menendez family's second-rate furniture in their Beverly Hills home. It seemed unnecessarily bitchy to me, but I enjoy it. So I always enjoy some unnecessary bitchiness. Okay, we're by a designer heavily influenced by Armani, probably purchased in the brief period of their independent affluence between the murders and their arrest. Their demeanor seemed remarkably lighthearted for people in the kind of trouble they were in, as they smiled dimpled smiles and laughed at the steady stream of Abramson's jocular banter. Their 2 girlfriends, Jamie Pisarcik and Noelle Turalski, were in the front row next to Erik's tennis coach, Mark Heffernan. Everyone waved. Maria Menendez, the loyal grandmother, who was also in the front row, and aunts and uncles and a probate lawyer were in the same section of the courtroom. Several times the boys turned around and flashed smiles at their pretty girlfriends. They were told to rise. The judge, Judith Stein, spoke in a lugubrious, knell-like voice. The brothers smiled, almost smirked, as she read the charges. You have been charged with multiple murder for financial gain, while lying in wait with a loaded firearm, for which, if convicted, you could receive the death penalty. How do you plead? Not guilty, Your Honor, said Erik. Not guilty, said Lyle. Later, I asked a friend of theirs who believes in their innocence why they were smiling. At the judge's voice, she replied. Leslie Abramson's curly blonde hair bounces, Orphan Annie style, when she walks and talks. She is funny, she is fearless, and she is tough. Oh, is she tough. She walked down the entire corridor of the Beverly Hills courthouse, Giving the middle finger to an NBC cameraman. Oh! Positive clap. Oh, what a really bitchy thing to do. That's cool. This is what you want? You want that? She said with an angry sneer into the camera, thrusting the finger at the lens, a shot that appeared on the NBC special Exposed, narrated by Tom Brokaw. I remember Brokaw. That's great. And you know she did it for the shot, and you know she's pleased that they kept it in. And also, this is what you want that. How many times do you think her husband heard that? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Her passion for the welfare of the accused murderers she defends is legendary. She is considered one of the most merciless cross-examiners in the legal business, with a remarkable ability to degrade and confuse prosecution witnesses. She loves to intimidate people, I was told. She thrives on it. She knows when she has you. She can twist and turn a witness's memory like no one else can. John Gregory Dunne, in his 1987 novel, The Red, White, and Blue, based the character Leah Kay, a left-leaning criminal defense attorney, on Leslie Abramson. And nota bene, John Gregory Dunne is Dominick Dunne's brother. Well, he's dead now. They're both dead. But John Gregory Dunne was a novelist, and Dominick Dunne was a novelist, and they got a lot of writers in the family. You probably heard of another one, too. Joan Didion, who was John Gregory Dunne's wife. But anyway, moving on. Why did you give the finger to the cameraman? I asked her. I'll tell you why, she answered, bristling at the memory. Because I was talking privately to a member of the Menendez family, and NBC turned the camera on, 1 inch from my face. I said, "Take that effer out of my face." Except she actually said the word, which I'm editing for YouTube purposes. These people think they own the courthouse. They will go to any sleazoid end these days. So I said, "Is this what you want?" That's when I gave them the finger. Imagine Tom Brokaw on a show like that. I do not understand the publicity of the case, she continued, although, of course, she understood perfectly. I mean, the President of the United States wasn't... See, I don't want to say that sentence. It's something that happens with a thing that goes bang bang in your hand. I'm not uttering that sentence because it's a troublesome sentence, but you get what she said. Why are they paying so much attention to the Menendezes? They're nobodies. And, okay. You can read the sentence right here if you want. I'll leave it highlighted. Before I could reply with such words as patricide, matricide, wealth, Beverly Hills, she had thought over what she had said. Well, I rate murder cases different from the public. Most of her cases are from less swell circumstances. In the Bob's Big Boy case, the only death penalty case she has ever lost, her clients herded 9 employees and 2 customers into the restaurant's walk-in freezer and fired shotguns into their bodies at close range. 3 died and 4 were maimed. One of those who lived had part of her brain removed. Another lost an eye. What's the mood of the boys? I asked. I can't comment on my clients, she said. All I can say is they're among the very best clients I've ever had as far as relating. Both of them. It's nonsense. All this talk that there's a good brother and a bad brother. Lyle is wonderful. They're both adorable. Well, she and I have very different definitions of the word adorable. And wonderful. In the avalanche of media blitz that followed the arrest of the Menendez brothers, no one close to Lyle and Erik was the object of more intense fascination and scrutiny than Craig Signorelli, Erik's tennis partner, with whom he had written the screenplay Friends. A family spokesperson told me that, in one day alone, Craig Signorelli received 32 calls from the media, including one from Dan Rather, A Current Affair, Hard Copy, etc., etc. I can't remember them all. We had to hire an attorney to field calls. That's an expensive person to answer calls. Wow, that's an expensive receptionist. Don't hire an attorney to field calls. I mean, unless it was like an entertainment attorney that's acting as a sort of agent, but come on now. Hire me. I'll charge less and I'll do a great job. The spokesperson said that from the beginning, it was presumed that Craig knew something. Craig, dearly enjoying his moments of stardom following the arrests of his best friend and best friend's brother, that's a weird enjoyment, talked freely to the press and was, by all accounts of other friends of the brothers, too talkative by far. In articles by Ron Sobel and John Johnson in the Los Angeles Times, Craig said he was attracted to Erik by a shared sense that they were special. He recalled how they would drive out to Malibu late at night, park on a hilltop overlooking the ocean, and talk about their hopes for the future, about how much smarter they were than everyone else, and about how to commit the perfect crime. You know, I was going to say it sounds awfully romantic until they got to that end bit. They had nicknames for each other. Craig was King, and Erik was Shepherd. People really looked up to us. We have an aura of superiority, he said. I'll remind you, this is the, here, I've got to back up a little bit. This is the godlike Craig. We're better than other people. We're superior. People look up to us. We're so smart. This guy. Well, I guess Mr. Smarty Pants is a tennis coach, which is a perfectly fine career. No shame. That sounds like a cool job if you're good at playing tennis. But calm down, guy. Calm down. King. 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 As the months passed, it was whispered that Erik had confessed to the murders to Craig. This was borne out to me by Judalon Smith, but he confessed them in an elliptical manner, according to Smith, in a suppose it happened like this way, as if planning another screenplay, or if you wrote a book called If I Did It. Keep in mind, that hadn't happened yet. The OJ thing. If anyone remembers the OJ book, okay. It was further said that Craig told the police about the confession, but there were not the hard facts on which to make an arrest, such as came later from Judalon Smith. Craig's loquaciousness gave rise to many rumors about the two boys, as well as about the possibility that a second screenplay by them exists, one that parallels the murders even more closely. Craig has since been requested by the police not to speak to the press. At one point, Signorelli was presumed to be in danger because of what he knew, and was sent away by his family to a place known only to them. An ongoing story is that a relation of the Menendez brothers threatened Craig after hearing he had gone to the police. The police that allegedly the Menendezes owned? The spokesperson for Craig wanted me to make it clear that, contrary to rumors, Craig never approached the police. The police approached Craig. At a point, Craig decided to tell them what he knew. And Movie of the Week in the chat says, "Oh God, the OJ book was egregious." I never read it, but it was pretty ballsy a move to write and have that book published. But, whatever happened, OJ was pretty brazen about stuff. Okay. Back to the article. When I asked this same spokesperson about the possibility of a second screenplay written by Craig and Erik, he said he had never seen one. He also said that the district attorney, Elliot Al-Hadef? I don't know. I don't remember that name. Was he the DA that prosecuted them? That's weird. I don't remember that name. Was satisfied that all the information on the confession tapes was known to Craig. So, in the events that the tapes were ruled inadmissible by the court, he would be able to supply the information on the stand. But the confession tapes? But I thought that this just said that the confession tapes were not actually tapes of either of the brothers confessing, but that the quote-unquote confession tapes were merely Oziel saying things that allegedly happened during his sessions with the brothers. But how would Craig know that? How would Craig know what Oziel had privately recorded on his own tapes? Because presumably even the Menendez brothers would not have known. They would have known what they said to Oziel, but they would not know what Oziel had said on his tapes if they had not heard them. So how would Craig know? Of course, you know, the Menendez brother could have said to Craig, oh, hey, I told the doctor this. But how would they know that the doctor said I made tapes, but I mean, you could just say he's lying. I mean, anybody could say, oh, I made a tape of myself saying, I know a Menendez brother, they told me they did it. Like, anybody could make a tape like that. That doesn't prove anything. Anyway, okay. Okay, so Craig... So in the event that the tapes were ruled inadmissible by the court, he would be able to supply the information on the stand. How would that not be hearsay, though? Did I miss something? I mean, I've been reading this for hours. It's certainly possible that I missed something, but I don't get it. There was no... Okay. All right, moving on. Sometime last January, 2 months before the arrests, the friendship between the two boys cooled. That may have been because Erik suspected that Craig had talked to the police. Earlier that month, during a New Year's skiing vacation at Lake Tahoe, Erik had met and fallen in love with Noelle Turelski, a pretty blonde student at the University of California in Santa Barbara from Cincinnati. The romance was instantaneous. Erik's not a hard guy to fall for, said a friend of Noelle's. He is very sweet, very sexy, has a great body, and is an all-around great guy. No. Noelle, together with Jamie Pisarcik, Lyle's girlfriend, visits the brothers in jail every day and has been present at every court appearance of the brothers since their arrest, until recently when the house on Elm Drive was rented to the member of the Saudi royal family. The two girls lived in the guest house as the guests of Maria Menendez, the proud and passionate grandmother of Lyle and Erik, who believes completely in the innocence of her grandsons. Maria Menendez, Noelle, and Jamie are now living in the Menendez's Calabasas house, which has still not been sold. Movie of the Week says, no, that sounds like hearsay. Right. What would Craig testify to? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I mean, regarding the tapes, like, Craig could testify that, I guess it was Lyle. I keep confusing the two. Erik told him what he told the doctor, and therefore what the doctor would have said on his tapes, presumably. Like, I told him this, so I assume that's what's on these tapes. And then Craig's gonna... this is so messy and sloppy. Okay, back to the article. We're coming up on the end of the article, and I am going to be wrapping up this chat when we get to the end of this article. And as I said, this is merely the first of 5 articles. Not all of the articles are as long as this one. I think the last one is about half or less, perhaps, the length of this. but this is covering Dominick Dunne's Vanity Fair magazine coverage of the Menendez brothers case, the trial, as it happened. This article from 1990, the last article is from 1996, and I'm going to go through these one by one, the articles, and read them and see what, the information was coming out in the moment of the Menendez case. And so at the end of this stream, at the end of this article, I'm going to be wrapping up this stream, and then I will be coming back maybe tomorrow if I have time. At the moment, we don't have a regular streaming schedule. I hope to develop one in the future if I can, but events being what they are, sometimes a stream might, if something happens, it might be worth just popping up and doing a quick stream. And sometimes I might want to just, hang out and really do a deep dive and go long. And so that's what we've done today, but can't go long enough to cover 5 Dominick Dunne Vanity Fair articles. So we will be wrapping this one up and moving on with the next ones. So if you've been interested, if you've been listening, following this at all, like and subscribe so that you will know when the next stream will occur, or just bookmark the stream or bookmark the page and come back to our YouTube channel, and we will be doing this and more in the future. So the exciting conclusion of this particular article. 5 months had passed since the arrest. 5 months of hearings and deliberations to see whether the audio tapes of Dr. Jerome Oziel were admissible in the murder trial of Lyle and Erik Menendez. Police seizure of therapy tapes is rare because ordinarily conversations between patients and therapists are secret. But there are occasional exceptions to the secrecy rule, one being that the therapist believes the patient is a serious threat to himself or others. Only the defense attorneys who did not want the tapes to be heard had been allowed to participate in the hearings. The prosecution, which did want them to be heard, was barred. Whoa. That does not make any sense. And I'm not even sure how that was allowed. That does not at all sound like proper procedure. At all. I am not a lawyer. However, that's not right. Oziel had been on the stand in private hearings from which the family, the media, and the public were barred. Judalon Smith had also been on the stand for 2 days in private sessions, being grilled by Leslie Abramson. The day of the decision had arrived. So they had Oziel and Smith, the doctor and the mistress, testifying. The defense attorneys were there and able to question the witnesses. The judge was there, but the prosecution was not allowed to be present, and of course, was not allowed to question the witnesses. Not on their own, and they were not able to follow up on anything that was asked by the defense. Now, I can understand barring the public and the media, because if there were information either on the tapes, and it's unclear, did they play the tapes in the court, like in that session? I don't know. But if the witnesses, Smith and Oziel, were testifying as to the content of the tapes, if the tapes were not going to be allowed or allowed in full into the trial as evidence, that would be one reason why they would not want that information made public, because it could prejudice a jury if you heard about evidence that that one side wanted in, that could, cause you to think one way or the other about the outcome of the case, about the guilt or lack of guilt of the defendants. That makes sense that they would want to keep that, quiet. As for the family, they're kind of part of public to, but the prosecution not being there, that doesn't sound right. Okay, back to the article. There was great tension in the courtroom. Noelle and Jamie, the girlfriends, were there, and Maria, the grandmother, and an aunt from Miami, and a cousin, and the probate lawyer, and others. Then the Menendez brothers walked in. Like colts. The swagger, the smirks, the smiles were gone. And the glamour. So were the Armani-type suits. Their ever-loyal grandmother had arrived with their clothes in suit bags, but the bags were returned to her by the bailiff. They appeared in V-necked, short-sleeved jailhouse blues with T-shirts underneath. Their tennis tans had long since faded. It was impossible not to notice the deterioration in the appearance of the boys, especially Erik. His eyes looked tormented, tortured, haunted. At his neck was a tiny gold cross. He nodded to Noelle Turelski. He nodded to his grandmother. There were no smiles that day. Leslie Abramson and Gerald Chalef went to Judge James Albrecht's chambers to hear his ruling on the admissibility of the tapes before it was read to the court. The brothers sat alone at the defense table, stripped of their support system. "Everybody's staring at us," said Erik to the bailiff in a pleading voice, as if the bailiff could do something about it. But there was nothing the bailiff could do. Everybody did stare at them. Lyle leaned forward and whispered something to his brother. The fierce demeanor of Leslie Abramson, when she returned to the courtroom, left no doubt that the judge's ruling had not gone in favor of the defense. As the judge read his ruling to the crowded courtroom, Abramson, with her back to the judge, kept up a non-stop commentary in Erik Menendez's ear. "I have ruled that none of the communications are privileged," said the judge. There was an audible sound of dismay from the Menendez family members. The tapes would be admissible. The judge found that psychologist Jerome Oziel had reasonable cause to believe that Lyle and Erik Menendez constituted a threat, and it was necessary to disclose the communications to prevent a danger. There was no doubt that this was a serious setback to the defense. Abramson and Chalef immediately announced at a news conference that they would appeal the judge's ruling. Abramson called Oziel a gossip, a liar, and less than credible. Neither Judalon Smith's name or her role in the proceedings was ever mentioned. A mere 8 days later, in a stunning reversal of Judge Albrecht's ruling, the 2nd District Court of Appeals blocked the release of the tapes, to the undisguised delight of Abramson and Chalef. Prosecutors were then given a date by which to file opposing arguments. Another complication occurred when Erik Menendez, from jail, refused to provide the prosecution with a handwriting sample to compare with the handwriting found on forms for the purchase of 2 shotguns in San Diego, despite a warning by the court that his refusal to do so could be used as evidence against him. In a further surprise, Deputy District Attorney Al-Hadef, I don't know how that's pronounced, who won the original court ruling that the tapes would be admissible, was abruptly replaced on the notorious case by Deputy District Attorney Pamela Ferrero. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm taking a sip of tea. Since their arrest in March, Lyle and Erik Menendez have dwelt in the Los Angeles County Men's Central Jail, in the section reserved for prisoners awaiting trial in heavily publicized cases. They even have a VIP section in the LA County Jail. Nice. The brothers' cells are not side by side. They order reading material from Book Soup, the trendy Sunset Strip bookshop. Erik has been sent The Dead Zone by Stephen King, and a book on chess. It almost makes it sound like Stephen King himself sent the book to Erik, which obviously not. They have frequent visits from family members and talk with one friend almost daily by telephone. That friend told me that they have to pay for protection in jail. Other prisoners who are tough hate them, who they are, what they've been accused of. They've been threatened. He also told me they feel they have lost every one of their friends. That will happen when you're arrested, especially when you're accused of double murder and of your parents. Late in August, when 3 razor blades were reportedly found in Erik's possession, he was put in solitary confinement, deprived of visitors, books except for the Bible, telephone calls, and exercise. That same week, Lyle suddenly shaved his head. Los Angeles District Attorney Ira Reiner stated on television that one motive for the murders was greed. Certainly, it is possible for a child to kill his parents for money, to wish to continue the easy life on Easy Street without the encumbrance of parental restrictions. But is it really possible for a child to kill for merely financial gain, in the manner Kitty and Jose Menendez were killed, to blast holes into one's parents, to deface them, to obliterate them? In the fatal coup de grace shot, the barrel of one shotgun touched the cheek of Kitty Menendez. You wonder if her eyes met the eyes of her killer in that last second of her life. In this case, we have 2 children who allegedly participated in the killing of each parent, not in the heat of rage, but in a carefully orchestrated scenario after a long gestation period. There is more than money involved here. There is a deep, deep hatred, a hatred that goes beyond hate. The closest friend of the Menendez brothers, with whom I talked at length on the condition of anonymity, kept saying to me over and over, "It's only the tip of the iceberg." No amount of persuasion on my part could make him explain what the iceberg was. Months earlier, however, a person close to the situation mouthed, but did not speak the word "I" to me. It's a word that starts with I. I don't know if it's okay to say it on YouTube. It is like the word for a bug. The word insect is a word for a bug. This is a word that's close to the word for a bug, insect, but is not that word. You understand what I'm saying? It's the interfamilial SA situation that has been alleged to be the real motive behind the murders and would be the motivation for the, I guess you want to call it an act of clemency that the Los Angeles District Attorney, George Gascon, the current district attorney, is attempting in this year, 2024, to have the brothers released from prison on probation. The argument being that if the motivation behind the double murders of the parents was that they had been SA'd by the father, then, they had a motive that would be extenuating circumstances, and therefore, rather than being sentenced as cold-blooded, greed induced murderers, that they were motivated by this, torment and abuse, and that the suffering caused them to do it. It was not greed for money, and that they should be treated with mercy. You can feel about that any way you want. It's not up to me. So, moving forward with the article. Subsequently, a rich woman in Los Angeles that narrows it down, told me that her bodyguard, a former cop, had heard from a friend of his on the Beverly Hills police force, oh goodness, that Kitty Menendez had been shot in the Kitty! You heard me. I'm not reading the actual line that Kitty had been shot in the mommy business. Okay, now on the one hand, I would think that an autopsy might indicate if that had happened, and that should have come out in the trial. On the other hand, if these people were multiply shot with shotguns, especially if it were at close range, to the point that, as it was said earlier in the article and repeated like through a couple different people who were eyewitnesses to the scene of the crime, that they were unrecognizable as human beings, would you indeed be able to determine if that specific action had taken place on Kitty Menendez's body? Maybe if there were shot located in, I don't know. I don't know if that ever came out in trial or if that was just, awful rumors come about when things like this happen. So I don't know. Okay, moving on. At a Malibu barbecue, a film star said to me, "I heard the mother was shot up the wazoo." I would really like to know what film star that was. Wouldn't it be coincidental if it were like Tom Cruise? That would be a coincidence. Or Ken Wall. I guess he did film too. I think of him more as a TV star, but it would be an interesting coincidence. Okay. There is, however, no indication of such a penetration in the autopsy report. Thank you, Dominick Dunne, which carefully delineates each of the 10 wounds from the 9 shots fired into Kitty Menendez's body. But the subject continues to surface. Could it be possible that these boys were puppets of their father's dark side? They had hatred for their parents. You know what I'm saying. A word that sounds like sensual and has a similar meaning, but is more than that, and has an X in it. They had hatred for their parents, not self-delete, the word like sensual. I'm sorry. I hate having to speak like an imbecile, but I'm just trying to get around, sensitivities and guidelines and whatnot to communicate. So please bear with me. I do understand the audience is more intelligent than the way I have to phrase these things, but there's not much I can do. I'm trying. I would rather just read it outright. Okay. This same person went on to say, the tapes will show that Jose M'd Lyle at a very young age. Interfered with. S-aid. Okay. Is this true? Only the boys know. If it is, it could be the defense argument that will return them to their tennis court, swimming pool, and chess set as inheritors of a $14 million estate that they could not have inherited if they had been found guilty. But they were. So where did the money go? I wonder. And do they have a lawsuit now? And who would they sue to get the money back? Because where did the money go? I don't know. I mean, they were found guilty, but if they were found guilty because of this reason, do they deserve to be deprived of the money? I don't know legally how that would work. You're not supposed to profit from your crime, so I don't know. Karen Lamb, however, does not believe such a story, although it is unlikely that Kitty would have revealed to her a secret of that dimension. I agree with that. Judalon Smith was also skeptical of this information when I brought up the subject of S.A. with her. She said she had heard nothing of that kind on Halloween afternoon when she listened outside Dr. Oziel's office door as Lyle and Erik talked about the murders. Nor did Oziel, who she believes discussed everything about the case with her, ever discuss S.A. She said that last December, almost 2 months after the October 31 confession to Oziel, which was not taped. The boys, feeling that the police were beginning to suspect them, voluntarily made a tape in which they confessed to the crime. In it, they spoke of their remorse. In it, apparently, they told of psychological abuse. But S.A.? Judalon Smith did not hear this tape, and by that time, Dr. Oziel was no longer confiding in her. And that is the end of the article. That's the end of Article 1 that Dominick Dunne wrote for Vanity Fair back in October. I'll go all the way back up to the top here. October of 1990. The first article, as far as I can tell, that he wrote about the Menendez brothers case, called Nightmare on Elm Drive, which is a nice little nod both to the house being, the murder house being on Elm Drive, and the Halloween, October 31, I guess, confession, and Nightmare on Elm Street. So this is for spooky season, it being October 2024, as I am recording this now. This is an unintentional Halloween-y stream, I suppose, but whenever you may be finding this or listening to it, if you have listened to it, wow, what a commitment, because it's been several hours that it has taken us to read this article, as out in Los Angeles, they have finally held that press conference that the Los Angeles District Attorney promised, making George Gascon making his statement that he is requesting that the Menendez brothers get probation, that they are released from prison, and that they get, I think it said 50 years of probation. And maybe they will be back on the tennis courts and the swimming pool and the chess set, although not back at that location, not at the Beverly Hills house, and not in Calabasas. But who knows? If they get free, will they become stars? Will they become, I mean, they will do interviews, right? Will they get a reality television show? Will they start a podcast? Will they get paid $100 million by Spotify to do a podcast that no one will listen to? It's all a possibility, because we live in a really strange world where anything is possible and anything can happen. And right now, I'm going to wrap up the stream. If you've been here for the whole time, then you're probably me, because I don't think anyone's listened to this the entire time while I've been streaming. But if you found this and you've listened to it and you enjoyed it, even in part, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share it with a friend, anything you want. Make a comment, say something. Come back. Bookmark the YouTube channel. This is French Dip Empire on YouTube. Bookmark the channel so you can come back, take a peek, because we don't have a set schedule yet. We're going to do some shorter streams, some longer streams, some deep dives, and some news. It's largely talk of socialites and scandals, royalty, billionaires, but whatever happens to catch my attention. Like this, the Menendez brothers. Not usually my wheelhouse, but I'm a huge fan of Dominick Dunne, so that's what we did today. And we're going to be coming back and reading more of his old articles from the 1990s as they happened. This is the end of part 1. And on behalf of myself, thank you. And we will be back next time. If I can shut down my stream, that is. We've been French Dip Empire. See you next time.